Okay, good morning everyone. Good morning everyone. This is Sham Kagut here. Welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, please give me a thumbs up so that we can start the discussion. Am I audible? Okay, done. Let's start. So, yesterday what we have discussed? Yesterday we started with investment models, and we have covered investment models. Some questions are left out. Don't worry, we'll cover it. Don't worry about the questions. So what we have discussed in the investment models, in case of India, there are different types of investment models that we are using. We have discussed investment models such as FDI, foreign direct investment, FPI, right, that is a foreign portfolio investment. Then there is a concept of SEZ, special economic zones. Then there is a NIMZ, National Investment Manufacturing Zones. Then we have discussed the concept of PPP, public-private partnership. Now, what is FDI? And whenever a foreign company will come to India, invest in infrastructure. Invest in the infrastructure. That is basically FDI, foreign direct investment. Now, this foreign direct investment can be up to 51%, can be up to 26%, can be up to 100% as well. Now, the different ways through which FDI is allowed into India are basically either the automatic route, I hope remember that, automatic route, or the approval route, or the government route. Under the automatic route, basically the government approval is not required. Foreign companies will be allowed to bring in dollars into India, invest in different sectors. But the only condition is that in the next 30 days, once they bring in dollars into India, in the next 30 days, they are supposed to give the intimation, give the information to Reserve Bank of India. Then there is a foreign portfolio investment. In case of foreign portfolio investment, basically refers to a portfolio in the simple sense. Non-resident investors will invest in Indian market, that is specifically financial instruments such as the bond market, such as the stock market. For example, we have a foreign institutional investors, FIIs. We have let's say foreign owned, that is government owned institutions which will invest in the foreign market. We also have individual investors who will invest in the market, that is in the foreign market. In addition to this, we have discussed what is the difference between FDI and FPI. It is a long term, comparatively it is short term. It is to make profits. It is more of a speculative in nature. It is associated with the multiplier effect. It is associated with the rising capital availability in the market, etc., etc. Right. Then we started the discussion on the concept of SEZs, special economic zones. Now, what is a special economic zone? It's a territory. It's a region which is notified by the government where certain exemptions for the businesses which are working there, certain exemptions are provided. And in order to promote the model of SEZ, Government of India has passed SEZ Act, Special Economic Zones Act from 2005, and we have started implementing SEZ model. In case of India, more than 400 SEZs have been approved by the government, but around half of them are actually operational. What has been the performance of the SEZ? Post 2005, the exports from the SEZ have continuously increased to the international market. Employment generation is also very high. Investments are also very, very high. But what are the exemptions? Are we talking about SEZ? Right? I told you whenever you import something, you do not have to pay any kind of customs duties on the import, because whatever you're producing, it is predominantly for the export purposes. But apart from that, just a second. Okay. Apart from that, I also have told you, if the SEZ wants to sell the product in the domestic market, that is in the domestic tariff area, if they want to sell it in the domestic market, they are allowed to do so, but with one condition. What is the condition? Government will treat this product as an import and will impose the taxes accordingly. Then corporate taxes, that is a corporate tax exemption for first 5 years it is 50%, I'm sorry 100%. Next 5 years it is 50%. Then again, based on how much investment you are making for the next 5 years also, you can get the exemption. That is basically for 15 years, government will provide tax exemption to you. Then we have discussed the concern related to SEZs. Concerns. What are the concerns? You are basically you have basically ended up promoting most of the SEZ units in the form of service sector. I told you SEZs were predominantly promoted by the government to promote manufacturing, but predominantly more than 67% of SEZs are the service sector units. Land acquisition is very difficult. Land has been acquired, but utilization has been affected. The pandemic has affected exports from the SEZs, etc. Then I've discussed the Baba Kalyani committee report. Done. So after that, NIMC, it's just a proposal. Just a proposal. No functional NIMCs are there in India. Then the concept of a PPP, public-private partnership. What is PPP? Why government is promoting it? Are there any concerns related to PPP in case of India? And finally, Kelkar committee. Done. So that is the scope of the coverage of the topics that we have done yesterday. Let's continue. The next topic or the next discussion we will have is regarding the concept of infrastructure. The idea of infrastructure, different types of infrastructures. Now let's start. What do you mean by infrastructure? If I ask you, define infrastructure, and most of you will simply say infrastructure is road, infrastructure is airport, port, etc. But how do you define infrastructure? Infrastructure will basically provide supporting services. I'm pretty sure I've told you this definition earlier. Please by heart it. It will provide supporting services. Supporting services for what? Supporting services for growth and development. Supporting services for growth and development. For example, road infrastructure, airport infrastructure, school infrastructure, hospital is an infrastructure. So what is the role of infrastructure? Infrastructure will provide supporting services either for the growth or development. And within infrastructure, you can generally divide this into two parts. One is called as an economic infrastructure. One is economic infrastructure. Second one is social infrastructure. Social infrastructure. So whenever you use the term economic infrastructure, you're basically referring to, let's say, road. You're basically referring to airports. You're referring to warehouses, national highways, etc. And when you're talking about social infrastructure, can I write examples here? Hospitals are a social infrastructure, right? Schools are social infrastructure. So the infrastructure can be divided into two parts, economic as well as social. Now, what are the types of infrastructure? Just a second. What are the types of infrastructure we'll be discussing today? We'll have a discussion on power infrastructure. We'll have a discussion on power infrastructure. We'll also have a discussion on, right, let's say the road infrastructure, airport infrastructure, etc. And also port infrastructure. And also port infrastructure. Now let me start the discussion with power infrastructure. Let me start the discussion with the first one, that is a power infrastructure. Now before I start, here is a very important point. Most of the discussion that we will be doing today will be dynamic in nature. That is basically the summation of current affairs in different newspapers. Do not search for these in the books, generally will not get it. And whatever you get in the books, as far as I'm concerned, most of that is static information, it is outdated information. For example, if you open up many books, first and foremost, they do not have the information about all the infrastructure. And even if they have information, for example, if they talk about roads, if they basically discuss roads in that, they will tell you how many national highways there are there in India. How many highways will run from north to south? How many highways will run from, right, let's say east to west, etc. UPSC, as far as I'm concerned, is not going to ask you question on that. Can I prove that? Please look at the last 10 years question paper, you will realize it. You will realize it. UPSC will not ask you those kind of questions. Do not waste your time. Download the picture of national highways in India and start mugging up National Highway 1 through how many cities it will pass. National Highway 2 through how many cities it will pass. Which highway will start from Gujarat and end up in Northeast? Which highway will start in here, end up here? Do not by heart that. There are so many national highways, you'll not be able to finish it. Then second, does it mean that national highways are never important? I'm not saying that as well. For example, let me know, don't you think the potential of question being asked on the concept of expressway is very high now? those who are writing this year, don't you think the potential of a question being asked on an expressway is very high? Of course, yes. Why is it higher? Two expressways were inaugurated very recently by the government. One is basically the expressway, a part of expressway connecting Mumbai and Delhi. Right? Very important. Suddenly UPSC can ask you that. Another one was in Karnataka connecting Bangalore and Mysore. So obviously whenever these are there in the newspaper, suddenly question on that might come. But it doesn't mean that you will have to by heart all the expressways in India, all the national highways in India. That doesn't serve any purpose. So that is the reason, please be very careful. We'll be discussing a lot of current affairs in the class now. Let me start. Power sector. The power sector in case of India, that is basically the supply chain system, is divided into three processes. There are three activities involved in the power sector. One, the electricity generation, that is the production of electricity. Second one is the transmission of the electricity. Third one is the distribution of the electricity. Now, first one, generation. In case of generation of electricity, it is done either by the government or by the private sector. You have private sector companies which are generating electricity. You also have government companies which are generating electricity. And when I say government, it could be the central government, it could also be the state government. State governments are involved in the production as well as the central government. What about private sector? Have you heard of the company Tata Power, Reliance Power, Adani Energy? What are these companies doing? Right? Basically producing or production of electricity. So in case of generation, it could be private sector, it could be even government. That is point number one. Point number two, the generation companies in short are referred to as GenCos. Is it okay? The generation companies, the companies which are there in the production of electricity, in short are referred to as GenCos, generation companies. Now, once the electricity is produced, let's say there is a coal plant, they are producing electricity there. There is a solar energy plant, they are producing electricity there. You and me, we are sitting in our houses, we are sitting in our offices. Somebody has to bring the electricity and supply it to us. So once the electricity is produced, it is transmitted. Transmitted means basically transported. So in case of transmission of electricity, private sector companies are there, and even the government agency, that is Power Grid, is also present. Now once the electricity is transmitted like this, it will be given to the distribution companies. And distribution companies in short are referred to as DISCOMs. Distribution company in short are referred to as DISCOMs, distribution companies. Now the distribution companies, that is the DISCOMs, are either state owned or private sector. It is either the state owned or the private sector companies. For example, Reliance, it is there in the distribution of electricity. Tata, it is there in the distribution of electricity. Adani, it is also there in the distribution of electricity. So either the distribution companies will be privately owned or these are the state owned. And in case of India, please remember the point, most of the distribution, most of, not all of it, most of the distribution of electricity, it is done by the state owned agencies. These are called as state electricity boards. These are referred to as state electricity boards, SEB, state electricity boards. Done? Any problem with the supply chain? Let me know. One is the production of electricity, generation companies. And second one is the distribution of electricity, that is either done by the state owned companies or the private sector companies. And the third, between the production and the distribution, somebody has to transport this electricity, that is the transmission companies. That is basically the transmission of the electricity. Okay, so the generation, GenCos, transmission, now the distribution. This is basically the supply chain system that is involved in the electricity production distribution in case of India. Now, what are the issues? What are the problems that are plaguing the power sector in India? Let's go one by one. First one is high aggregate technical and commercial losses. High aggregate technical and commercial losses. I'll use a short form here, AT and C. AT and C, high aggregate technical and commercial losses. Now, what do you mean by high AT and C? Electricity theft is done, right? Have you seen those pictures? Wherein, especially rural, that is in villages, again, not to cast aspersion on anyone, you will see that certain people will use the wires, put it directly on the wire and take electricity. Directly take electricity to the house without having any electricity connection provided by the government. They will simply put the wire on the electricity wire and basically, right, steal the electricity. In simple terms, steal the electricity. That is a theft of the electricity. So one, there is a theft of electricity. Second one, whenever electricity is transmitted, because of right heat or because of the nature of electricity, some of the electricity will be lost in the form of heat. I hope you understand this. Some of the electricity will be formed in the form of the heat, converted into heat, lost into environment. And imagine electricity is supplied, you will consume it, but you will not pay the bill for many months. You will keep on receiving bills, you will not pay the bills. So argument is simple here. Electricity is supplied, but because of various issues, the DISCOM will not be able to collect the right amount of money from the consumers in the market. All of this is referred to as a high aggregate technical and commercial losses. Losses because of the theft, inefficiency in the billing, default in the payment, inefficiency in the collection, etc. Because of all of this, there is a high aggregate technical and commercial losses. This is one very important problem which is plaguing most of the distribution companies in India. First issue. Second issue, there is a huge distress in the distribution companies. There is a huge distress in the distribution of the companies, right? Distress in the distribution companies. Now, what do you mean by the distress here? Look at the supply chain here. First, look at the supply chain. Here is the GENCO. It will transmit electricity to the distribution company. In simple terms, distribution company will purchase electricity and after certain days will make the payment to the generation company. I hope you understand the cycle here. The distribution company will purchase the electricity and they will not make the payment immediately. They will make the payment after 30 days, after 40 days to the generation company. Now here is a problem. The distribution company has supplied electricity to all of us. Either we are commercial consumers or we are domestic consumers. We have received electricity. Now we are supposed to pay the bill. Now have a look at this. There are a lot of issues because of this which is faced by the distribution company. First one, average cost of supply. Understand this carefully. Average cost of supply. Second one is average revenue realized. What do you mean by this? I have written the statement. Let me explain this. Imagine you're a distribution company. You will purchase the electricity and you will supply electricity to me. A simple question to all of you. Please answer this. Will you incur expenditure or not? Simple question, by the way. Right? You are a DISCOM. You will purchase electricity and you will supply electricity to me. Are you incurring expenditure? Yes. I will call this as average cost of supply. I'll call this as average cost of supply. And once you supply electricity to me, you will send a bill to my household. I will make the payment of the bill. I will refer to that as average revenue realized. I will make the bill payment to you. You are realizing the revenue. Average revenue realized. Now you tell me, very simple question to you. You tell me, should ACS be higher or should ARR be higher? Think of it. Should ACS be higher or should ARR be higher? Just like an economist. Imagine you're a producer, right? Imagine you're a supplier. You're purchasing something. You are selling something. What should be higher? ARR should be higher. ARR should be higher. The revenue that you realize should be higher compared to the cost of supply. Only then you will make profit. Does it make sense or not? Only then you will make profit. Otherwise, what will be the situation? If you purchase electricity and supply to me, you incur expenditure of 10 rupee. But I will pay you 8 rupees. Can I call it as a 2 rupee loss to you? Simple, by the way. You will purchase and supply electricity to me, you will incur expenditure of 10 rupee. I will pay 8 rupees. Is it not a loss of 2 rupee for you? That is basically the idea for average cost of supply and average revenue realized. Now, all of you will agree. Anybody is disagreeing that, sir, right? Ideally, ARR should be greater than ACS. Only then the distribution companies will make profit. But in case of India, most of the times it is the ACS which is higher than ARR. It is the ACS which is higher than ARR. The cost of supplying per unit electricity for a distribution company, it is greater than, right, the average revenue. For every unit they have supplied, how much revenue they are collecting, it is, right, the ARR is smaller than the ACS. Now you tell me what will happen because of this. Do you think the distribution companies will be making profits? Do you think the distribution companies, DISCOMs, will earn profit? No, they are incurring losses. They are incurring huge amount of losses. Huge amount of losses. And what is the problem with this? I'll tell you why it is happening. I'll tell you, don't worry. But when the distribution companies will incur the losses, look at the supply chain. You are the distribution company, I'm a generation company. I will give you electricity, you will purchase, you will sell, you will collect money and pay the bill to me. But if you are incurring losses, will you pay the money to me on time? Think of it. Will you make the payment on time to me? No, you will default. Rather than 30 days, you will pay it after 50 days. Rather than 45 days, you will make a payment after 60 days. You are defaulting. And if you are defaulting, what will happen to me? I am purchasing coal. Let's say I am purchasing coal. Will it not put a pressure on my payment as well? I will also default on the payment of the coal. And if I am not making a payment of coal, will the company which is supplying coal to me, will it continue to supply? Don't you think at one point of time, they'll simply say, make a payment, then purchase coal? Right? That is one issue. Second issue is, I have taken lot of loans from the bank. You have defaulted, you have delayed payment to me. Will I not also default on the payment to the bank? Right? So have a look at this. The whole supply chain comes under a lot of pressure. Distribution companies are incurring losses. The generation companies delay the payment to the coal companies. They will delay supplying coal to, right, the generation companies. Generation companies will default on the payment of the loans. They might be classified as a non-performing asset. Right? All this because of distribution companies coming under stress. Now you will ask me, sir, why is that? Why is that? The ACS is higher than ARR in most of the cases. Why is this happening? Point number one, all of you will agree the state governments will provide electricity free of a cost to some of the consumers. We have discussed all of this, by the way. You're just applying what we have discussed earlier. The electricity is provided free of a cost to some of the consumers, right? Such as agriculture sector. In certain cases, lot of subsidies are provided. It may not be free of a cost, but it will be supplied at a very, very cheaper prices to some of the consumers. Now you tell me, when you provide free electricity, when you provide electricity at a very, very subsidized prices, what will happen to your revenue collection? What will happen to average revenue collection? Average unit of revenue collection automatically will fall down. But on the other hand, you are purchasing electricity, you are supplying electricity, you are continuously incurring expenditure, right? So this is the reason why there's a huge distress in the DISCOM. Subsidies, high aggregate technical and commercial losses, all of this will lead to distribution companies incurring losses. Next problem, availability of fuel. Availability of fuel. Sir, what do you mean by availability of fuel? In case of India, generally around 55% to 60%. 55% to 60% of electricity that is produced is thermal in nature. It is thermal in nature. What do you mean by thermal? We are burning coal and producing electricity. Simple. We are burning coal and producing electricity. Now, coal that is available in case of India is not sufficient. Quality coal is not available. The quantity of coal is not sufficient. So, what do you think will happen? Can I simply say we'll end up importing lot of coal from the international market? We'll end up importing coal from international market. That is one problem. What about the second one? We are promoting solar energy now. We are promoting solar energy. Do we have sufficient production capacity of solar panels in India? No. We will import solar panels. Right? We'll import a lot of solar panels. For example, more than 80% of the domestic demand, we import it. And from where? Naturally from China, because China is a global leader in production of solar panels. So we will import solar panels, we'll import coal. What about nuclear energy? Right? What about nuclear energy? We have nuclear power plants. Right? Even these nuclear power plants, we are importing. We are importing in the sense, we are giving the right to construct a nuclear power plant to foreign companies. Right? Even the nuclear material, that is uranium, we do not have sufficient deposits in India. We enter into tie-up with many other countries and we simply import even the nuclear material into India. So import dependency is very, very high regarding fuel. Regarding fuel, import dependency is very, very high. Next issue, cross subsidization. What do you mean by cross subsidization? It is the practice of charging higher price to one consumer and lower price to other consumer. We have discussed this, by the way, earlier when we discussed the subsidies chapter. I told you in case of power sector, there is a cross subsidization. In railways, there is a cross subsidization. Now, don't you think when you practice cross subsidization, automatically the revenues which are collected by the government would be affected? Simple. Why I'm writing this as a problem? Again, please understand, is it a social welfare measure? Of course, yes. It is a social welfare measure. I'm not discounting the fact that it is social welfare. But what I'm basically saying is, when your discoms are already incurring losses and you practice cross subsidization, the revenues collected by the discoms further will go down. Simple. Further will go down. And many states are practicing cross subsidization. Many states are doing that. For example, the state of Telangana practices cross subsidization. State of, again, state, do not literally take it as a state. The state government of Delhi or Delhi government practices cross subsidization. Many states do that. So when you have a practice of cross subsidization, automatically, right, the revenues collected by the government will go down. Right. Next one, energy security. What is the issue of energy security? In simple terms, do we have 24/7/365 electricity supply? Do we have 24/7/365 electricity supply? Most of you are facing this issue. Please be honest with this. Summer is starting now. I hope you understand. Summer is starting. And all of you, I'm pretty sure, at one or the other point of time, you will face the issue of electricity security. That is, even today in case of India, there is certain concern regarding 24/7 electricity supply. 24/7 electricity supply is not available in India. That is energy security. And please understand, energy security is necessary. Why? Industries will require electricity. Schools will require electricity. Houses will require electricity. When the children will go to school, come back to the house, and if there is no electricity, don't you think the learning levels will be affected of the children? If industries do not get 24/7 electricity, right? Don't you think industrialization will be affected, right? So now summer is starting. I'm pretty sure all of you will experience this. All of you will experience this. But Government of India says in cities we are able to achieve almost 24 hours. Almost 24 hours in cities, but in rural area we are falling behind. Right, in many of the states, in rural area, on an average, 12 hours of electricity is supplied, 18 hours of electricity is supplied. But again, in rural, that is villages, we are very far behind in providing 24/7 electricity supply. Okay, so energy security is also a concern related to power sector. Now, what are the steps which have been taken by the government? If there is an issue, what measures have been taken? Reform 1. Revamped Distribution Sector Scheme, RDSS. Revamped Distribution Sector Scheme. Before RDSS, government had implemented Uday scheme, Ujjwal Discom Assurance Yojana, which was not very successful. And that's the reason Government of India has introduced a new scheme by the name of Revamped Distribution Sector Scheme. Now, what are the important provisions under RDSS? First one, under RDSS, the distribution companies will have to reduce the AT&C losses. Will have to reduce the AT&C losses, aggregate technical and commercial losses, in the range of 12 to 15%. They will have to bring their AT&C losses in around 12 to 15%. Now, why this is important? Please understand this. I told you earlier, before the implementation of this, we had Uday scheme, Ujjwal Discom Assurance Yojana. Uday scheme got ended in 2020, right? It has been stopped now. And the targets which were kept under Uday scheme, we were not able to achieve. That's the reason Government of India has introduced a new scheme in the name of RDSS. And the first very important provision under this is the AT&C losses will have to be reduced now, will have to be cut down. And please do not by heart the AT&C number. Please don't by heart it. Why? From one state to another state, numbers will keep on varying. Right? It will be very much different. More than 20 states are there in India. You will not be able to remember the number for all the 20 states. Do not waste your time. But the argument is they will have to reduce their AT&C losses in the range of 12 to 15%. Second, there is a gap between ACS and ARR. There is a gap. That is, in case of most of the states, ACS is greater than ARR. Now you will have to reduce this gap to 0. Reduce this gap to 0. Second very important provision. Now you tell me, if the DISCOMs cut down the AT&C losses, also reduce the gap between ARR and ACS, don't you think automatically the financial position of the DISCOMs will improve? Let me know. If ACS is equal to ARR and AT&C is cut down, don't you think the financial position of the DISCOMs automatically will improve now? Improve the quality, reliability, affordability of power supply. And many other schemes which were implemented earlier as individual schemes, now all of them have been subsumed under the concept of RDSS. Now simply by heart the names, do not worry about these schemes. Why? These are no more individual schemes. One is Integrated Power Distribution Scheme, IPDS, Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Grama Jyoti Yojana, etc. All of them have been brought under the concept of RDSS. And this will be implemented till 25 and 26. Will be implemented till 25 and 26. So this is one very important reform. Second very important reform, Pradhan Mantri Saubhagya Yojana. That is a Prime Minister's or Pradhan Mantri Sahaj Bijli Har Ghar Yojana. PM Saubhagya Pradhan Mantri Sahaj Bijli Har Ghar Yojana. Now what will be done under PM Saubhagya? Simple idea, follow this carefully. I'm pretty sure all of you know this. If not, please ask your parents. Whenever you construct a home like this, whenever you construct a house, you need electricity supply. By default, the distribution company will not come to you and supply electricity. You will have to give an application. I hope you understand this. You will have to give an application to the distribution company. You will have to pay certain charges to the distribution company. Now they will come, they will provide electricity supply from a pillar. Electricity pillars are there. From the pillar, they will draw electricity line to your home, provide electricity connection. This is how generally the process is followed. Now, what is the important point here? Important point is certain charges will have to be paid to the distribution company to get electricity supply. Right? To get electricity connection, you will have to pay certain charges. Now, don't you think there will be certain houses, especially in rural India, who will find it very difficult to pay even these charges? Let me know. Simple argument, by the way. Don't you think there will be certain houses, especially in rural India, villages, who will find it very difficult even to pay these charges? And there are houses, by the way. Now, should we not provide electricity connection to them? Just because they do not have money, should we exclude them from consuming electricity? Of course, no. For this only, Government of India has launched PM Saubhagya Yojana. Under this initiative, the beneficiary houses will be identified and the electricity connection will be provided free of cost. Electricity connection will be provided free of a cost. Right? That is basically PM Saubhagya Yojana. And which is the authority, which is the nodal authority to implement PM Saubhagya Yojana? I hope remember the name of the company. Earlier we have used Rural Electrification Corporation. REC, Rural Electrification Corporation. REC is the nodal authority for implementation of the PM Saubhagya Yojana. Now, can you connect a dot here? What is the dot I'm talking about? Earlier, when I was discussing the concept of disinvestment, I told you an idea of a cross holding. We discussed the concept of cross holding. And I told you one government owned company, Power Finance Corporation, has purchased another company owned by the Government of India, that is a Rural Electrification Corporation. That is today, who is the owner of Rural Electrification Corporation? That is Power Finance Corporation. And I told you government does it. Government generally follows this practice. Why? Because they do not want to give away the ownership of these companies. They want to achieve certain objectives. That is a precise reason. They will sell it, but to a company owned by the same, that is the government. Right? Can you find an important social objective for Rural Electrification Corporation here? Right? So this is one more very important reform. One is RDSS. Second one is a PM Saubhagya scheme. Third one is a LED program, National LED program. National LED program. Now, what is this National LED program? Government of India says there are street lights. There are street lights. What we will do is we will ensure all the street lights are LED lights. LED, light emitting diode, LED. There are also houses. In the houses, we are using the bulbs, tube lights, etc. Government wants to ensure that all the houses in India will use LED bulbs, LED tube lights, etc. Sir, why? Why are we focused so much on LED here? Simple. LEDs are much more efficient compared to the normal incandescent bulbs. I'll repeat the statement. The LEDs are much more efficient compared to normal incandescent bulbs or tube lights that we were using earlier. Government of India, that's a precise reason, has implemented a program, National LED program. And under National LED program, for basically replacing the household bulbs with LED bulbs, they have launched a scheme, right, a program by the name of Ujala. The long form of Ujala is written here, Unnat Jyoti, by affordable LEDs for all. Unnat Jyoti by affordable LEDs for all. What are we doing under Ujala? There is one company which has been set up by the government, Energy Efficiency Services Limited. This Energy Efficiency Services Limited will ensure that sufficient LED bulbs are there in the market which are distributed to the houses. I hope you understand. LED bulbs are sufficiently produced and supplied in the market, and these are affordable and can be afforded, can be purchased or will be distributed to houses, thereby ensuring that the houses in India will automatically start using LED bulbs. These are much more efficient, environmentally much more safer compared to incandescent bulbs. Third one, because of efficiency, the electricity bills of the houses are expected to come down. The consumption of electricity is expected to come down. Electricity bill is expected to come down. Right, so this is the discussion regarding the Ujala scheme, which is being implemented by EESL, Energy Efficiency Services Limited. Next, government is also promoting renewable energy. All of you will agree with this? Government is also promoting renewable energy. Initially, when the UPA government was there, that is when the Prime Minister was Mr. Manmohan Singh, we started with a target of 10 gigawatts. 10 gigawatts target. Then it was shifted to 20 gigawatts. Then it was shifted to 100 gigawatts. Then it was shifted to 175. Now we have shifted to 500 gigawatts. Right now, Government of India says we want to have a 500 gigawatts of renewable energy production in India. 500 gigawatts of renewable energy production by 2030. By 2030. But what is the status as of now? What's the status as of now? Initially, Government of India had stated we want to have a target of 175 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2022. Right? Point is simple here. We have not been able to meet the target. Again, right? It's not that we should discontinue. We have been able to initiate a lot of programs under this. We have been able to promote private sector investment. Employment generation has happened. And definitely, yes, we have been able to meet more than 100 gigawatts. Right? We have been able to meet a capacity of 100 gigawatts, more than 100 gigawatts of renewable energy production through solar, wind, hydro, etc. But fact is simple, we are yet to achieve 175 gigawatts. Already the target date is over. But Government of India says, don't worry, we will right, increase the target. Rather than simply achieving 175 gigawatts, we will ensure that 500 gigawatts of renewable energy production capacity will be achieved by 2030. And that is the precise reason solar energy is being promoted now. I'm pretty sure at least in your houses, on your near neighboring houses, you would have seen solar panels being installed by many people. Right? Reason is simple, government is providing subsidies, government is promoting solar energy. And in case of India, it makes perfect sense. I hope you understand. In case of India, it makes perfect sense. Why? Right? When you study geography, you will realize it. India is situated in such a position, geographically, in such a position that for majority period in a year, we will have good amount of sunlight. I hope you understand. For majority period in a year, we will have good amount of sunlight. Right? Unlike, let's say, a country such as Canada. Right? I'm pretty sure all of you know, right? In case of Canada, most of the duration, it is very cold, very chilly there. Right? Most of the times, right, it's very chilly. But in case of India, tell me, right, all of you are facing summer heat now. And so much of potential to harness the sunlight, convert into solar energy. Right? So these are some of the very important steps taken by Government of India to promote the electricity sector. Right? So again, my suggestion to you people will be simply this. These are some of the reforms. These are not all the reforms. Hundreds of reforms are there. You don't have to read all of them. But what you need to do is keep on updating current affairs. Keep on updating current affairs. Whenever you come across something in the electricity sector, keep on updating it. Done. So this is one sector, power sector. Let me go to the next one, railways sector. The next area that I'll be discussing will be the sector of railways. Now, anybody here who says, sir, what is a railway? Right, then I'll simply tell you, please look at the picture. This is the railway. Right, so railway is one of the modes of transportation. Railways is nothing but one of the modes of transportation that is used in India. Historically, if you see, historically, railways has been used as a very important or the main mode of a transportation. Because when you study history, you will realize that the British government, and even before independence, the British government had developed huge length of railway network in India. And they were using the railway network itself as a mode of a transportation for raw materials, for the movement of the goods, as well as for promotion of movement of the people. Right? So railways has a very, very long history in case of India, has been one of the very important modes of a transportation in case of India. And railways, please understand, point number one here, railways is a ministerial undertaking. Railways is a ministerial undertaking or departmental undertaking. Do you remember the classification of government organizations? I hope you have by hearted this. Government organization, right? Earlier, I've given you a classification. There are three types of government organizations. One of them is a departmental undertaking or ministerial undertaking. So, in case of India, the railways has remained historically a departmental undertaking itself. That is owned by the government, right? Owned by the government, operated by the government. Operated by the government. Right, so it has been a departmental undertaking. In simple terms, there is a Ministry of Railways which is responsible for policy making, implementation of the policies, evaluation of the policies, and more importantly, most of the investment comes from the Ministry of Railways within railways. Private sector investment is allowed. Trust me, private sector investment is allowed. But private sector historically has remained away from investing too much in railways. But if you compare railways and roads, in case of roads, private sector investment is very, very high. So point number one, it has remained as a ministerial undertaking. Point number two, there are two components in the railways. One is called as a passenger component. Second one is a freight transportation. Passenger, you and me. Passengers are nothing but individuals, families who will travel through railways. What about a freight? Freight is nothing but goods transportation. Freight is nothing but goods transportation, transportation of goods. So there are two components or two segments in case of railways. One is a passenger, second one is a freight. Third important point, India has one of the highest length of railway networks in the world. The number of railways, the number of routes, number of, let's say, the passengers, etc. All of these cases, India has one of the largest system of railways in the global market. As per the latest document published by the Ministry of Railways, India has the fourth largest railway system. But my recommendation to you, do not by heart it. Do not by heart it. Why? By the time you write the exam, this could become third largest also. It could become fifth also. It could remain fourth as well. But what is the point here? India's railway system is one of the largest in the international market. You will have to remember that point. Apart from India, you generally see it is USA, Russia, China, etc., which have got a very good railway system, railway networks in the international market. So these are certain static points regarding railways. Now, what are the issues in the railways? What are the problems in case of the railway segment? Let's go one by one, understand all of them. Point number one, historically, if you see, after we got the independence, after we attained independence, most of the transportation in case of India was happening through railways. I'll repeat it. Most of the transportation in case of India was happening through railways, and road transportation accounted for very, very small portion of the transportation. But if you find out what is the system today, how much is from the railways, how much is from the roadways, you'll be surprised to know somewhere around 27%. I'll go with the government document. It will change. It will change automatically. Why? I'll tell you. The government document back in 2020 stated that 27%, when 27% of the transportation is done in case of India, it is done through railways. Around 27% of the total transportation in case of India, especially goods transportation, it is done through railways. What about the roadways? Roadways in case of India, generally it is around 55 to 60%. It is generally around 55 to 60%, which means at the time of independence, more than 80 to 90% was done through railways, and somewhere around 10% plus was done through roadways. Today it is completely reversed. Today it has completely reversed. Most of the transportation in case of India today happens through roadways, and around one third happens through, most of the transportation happens through roadways, and around one third happens through railways. Why has it happened? What has happened and what is the issue with this? Sir, if around 55 to 60% is done through roadways, what is the problem? And why it has shifted over a period of time to roadways? Let me explain this. Point number one. How many of you have transported anything through railways? You tell me, was it very easy or was it very difficult? Point number one, that is bureaucracy. You will have to deal with government officials, railway officials. If you wanted to transport anything through railways, first you will have to approach a government official, and government official is always busy, right? You will be one of them. Again, just a joke. Don't fight with me on that. So the government official will say, lunchtime, I'm busy, I'm going to a meeting, right? There is a form there, fill the form, right? Don't do this, get it packaged, etc., etc. Dealing with government officials is very, very difficult, especially these kind of government officials. Point number one. Point number two. Point number two. You compare the same thing with transporting in a truck. Right? You compare the same thing. Right? You want to transport this through a truck. You tell me how easy it is to compare, how easy it is when you transport it through truck compared to railways. You don't have to be worried. Right? I hope you have understood this. You don't have to be worried. For example, you have been transferred. Imagine you have become an IS officer. You have been transferred, or you are there in a private sector right now. You have been transferred to some other city. Don't you think moving from one city to another city through roadways, transporting through roadways is much easier compared to transporting it through railways? For example, Agarwal Packers and Movers, right? They will come to your home. They will pack everything. They will put it in the truck. They will only transport it. You give them the address. They will come there on the said date. They will remove all the goods, remove the package, and keep it in a home wherever you tell them, and they will go. In case of railways, what will happen? You will have to take your products. You will have to put it in a, let's say, a tum-tum or an auto, or let's say in a truck. Take it to railway station. Wait for the government official. Fill the form. Give it to government official. Then move the goods to the platform. Ensure when the train will come, these will be put into the wagon. Now it will be moved into the station, destination station. Now there, you know how people will again remove them and keep it on the platform. You will have to go to the destination station, receive the goods, again arrange for transportation. Now, don't you think there are too many points where the goods are handled? Let me know. There are too many points where the goods are handled by different people. That is multiple handling points. Multiple handling points. And when you have multiple handling points, what will happen? There could be theft of the products. There could be damages to the product, and railways will not take care of it. They'll simply say, you are transporting at your own risk, right? You're doing it at your own risk, right? So multiple handling points, right? Dealing with government officials is very tricky in India. Loss of goods, theft of the goods, damages to the goods, etc. Right? So if you are a manufacturer, you want to move the goods from point A to point B. By looking at all of this, automatically, don't you think you will come to a conclusion, movement through roads is much better compared to movement through railways? I hope you understand. You will come to a conclusion, Baba, who will deal with these government officials? I will make a call. The private sector operator will come to my home. They will treat me very nicely. They will only do everything. Right? That is a precise reason over a period of time, movement of goods through railways has come down. movement of goods through roadways has increased. It has actually happened in India. So what is the problem then? You're looking at all of this, most of you will feel, okay, very good. We have moved away from railways, we have moved towards the road. Very good. What is the problem? Problem is this. In case of India, most of the goods which are transported will have to be transported through highways. All of you will agree? Most of the transportation that happens in India, it has to happen through highways. Now, if you have been reading the newspaper, you tell me what is the cost of transportation through highways? What is the cost of transportation through highways? Cost of transportation is higher in India. Cost of transportation is higher. Point number one. Point number two, compare between railways and roadways. And you tell me where will the emission be higher? I hope you understand my question here. I'll repeat it again. Compare between roadways and railways and you tell me where do you think emission, carbon emissions, pollution, where do you think it is higher? It is higher in case of road sector. So cost is a disadvantage, right? The pollution is a disadvantage. And the third very important point, in case of the roadways, the problem is that we require 4-laned national highways, 6-laned national highways, 8-laned national highways. First and foremost, out of the total roads in India, somewhere around 4.5% to 5% will be highways. I hope you understand my point here. And right, generally it is somewhere around 4 to 5%, or 4.5 to 5%. Out of the total roads in India, we have, right, you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by total roads? Can I say rural road? Village road is also a type of road. The roads in cities, state highways, and national highways. Now you take a sum total of all of these. You take a sum total of all these roads. The total length of the road network in case of India is more than 60 lakh kilometers. I'll repeat the point. You take the sum total of all of these roads, the total length of the road network in case of India is more than 60 lakh kilometers. But you'll be surprised to know only around 4.5 to 5% out of this road network is the state highway and national highway. And most of the transportation in case of India, happens through what? Happens through roadways. Now, don't you think that's a problem? Don't you think that's a problem? That is, the road network, the highways road network is very small. Right? It is not very high. It is comparatively very small, which means the time of transportation automatically will be higher. Cost of transportation will automatically be higher. That is a disadvantage. That is a disadvantage with having most of the transportation done through roadways. Right? So proportion of freight transportation, freight is goods transportation in the railways is actually declining. It is actually declining. Over a period of time, it has declined. Roadways accounts for majority of the goods transportation now. Number of competitors in case of roadways is very, very high. Where is the competition in railways? Let me know. Where is the competition in the railways? Can I say railways is just like a monopoly? Is it okay? Railways is just like a monopoly, right? Because there is no private sector, that is, there is no competition from the private sector. It is just like a monopoly. Whether you like it, you don't like it, you want to use it, this is the only service you have. Handling points are very, very high in case of railways compared to roadways. Dealing with government officials is also difficult. So because of this, over a period of time, movement has happened away from the railways to roadways. Next one, low passenger to freight ratio. I'll discuss 2 points here. I'll club 2 points. Point number 2, point number 4. Understand this. Point number 2 as well as point number 4. High operating ratio, low passenger to freight ratio. Now, this is my suggestion to you. If you have read, very good. If not, please read something related to current affairs about high operating ratio. Sir, what do you mean by current affairs regarding high operating ratio? Very recently, the Standing Committee on Railways has criticized the Ministry of Railways. has criticized in the sense has raised concerns over high operating ratio in case of railways. Right? You might have read it. If you have read it, very good. If not, read it now. You don't have to start searching in the books, in the newspaper. Type it in the Google, you will get it. Now, what is this high operating ratio? High operating ratio basically refers to how much is the expense you are incurring and how much revenue you are generating. How much expenses you are incurring and how much revenue you are generating. For example, if you come across the number, they'll say, let's say high operating ratio is 98%. I'll just throw arbitrary number here. They'll say operating ratio is 98%. What does it mean? In order to generate 100 rupee revenue, you are incurring expenditure of 98 rupees. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Right? What is operating ratio? How much expenditure one incurs to generate a revenue. And I'm saying if you come across an operating ratio of 98%, what does it mean? You're spending 98 rupees to generate 100 rupees. Now, simple question to you people, what is good? A high operating ratio or a low operating ratio? Let me see how you people think. Right? What is preferable? A high operating ratio or a low operating ratio? You should prefer a very low operating ratio. You should prefer a very, very low operating ratio. But please read the newspapers, you will realize that operating ratio for railways is very, very high. It's very, very high. Until couple of years ago, it was somewhere around 98%, 99%. Now it has gone beyond 100%, which means we are spending more than what we are earning. Right? So operating ratio, when it is very, very high, it simply means there is a lot of pressure on the revenue generation capacity of the railways. Right? There is a lot of pressure on the revenue generation capacity of the railways. So high operating ratio. Right? Second one, low passenger to freight ratio. What do you mean by low passenger to freight ratio? Here is a railway. It is transporting passenger. It is also transporting good, that is freight. It is transporting, that is it is moving a passenger. It is also transporting a good. Now what is this passenger to freight ratio? It is simply a ratio of what is the tariff applicable to passenger to what is the tariff applicable to the freight or the good. I'll repeat it. Right? The name itself is self-explanatory. What is the passenger to freight ratio? What is the average tariff imposed on the passenger? And what is the tariff average on an average imposed on the goods transported? That is called as a passenger to freight ratio. In case of India, passenger to freight ratio is somewhere in the region of 0.2 to 0.3. The passenger to freight ratio is in the range of 0.2 to 0.3. Meaning is simple. For every 1 rupee that you impose to transport a freight, you are simply imposing and collecting 20 paisa from a passenger. 20 paisa from a passenger. Now, don't you think if you practice this, the revenues of the railways will be affected, will be very low? Let me know. The revenues of the railways will be very low. Now, many of you ask me, sir, why? Why is that passenger to freight ratio in case of India is very low? Can I give you the answer in only one term? Cross subsidization. Don't we follow cross subsidization? In case of railways, when the passengers are moving, passengers are using the railways, we are imposing a very low tariff on them. Whereas when the goods are moved, freight is moved, comparatively, we are imposing higher tariff on them. That is the precise reason there is a low passenger to freight ratio. But is it uniform in all the countries? No. Many countries, in many countries such as Korea, China, France, etc., the passenger to freight ratio is more than 1. I'll repeat the statement. In many other countries, the passenger to freight ratio is more than 1. Meaning what? They are imposing and collecting more tariffs from a passenger compared to the goods transported, which will firm up, which will basically increase the revenues that are available to the railways. So low passenger to freight ratio will also have an impact on the revenue generation capacity of the railways. Third one, private sector participation. Private sector participation, right? Until very recently, have a look at this. Policy making, policy implementation, policy evaluation, etc. Everything was done by the government itself. Everything was done by the government itself. But over a period of time, Government of India has deregulated the sector. Over a period of time, Government of India has deregulated the sector. Now government allows private sector participation even in case of railways. Sir, what is the issue here? What is the issue? If private sector participation is low, what is the problem? Don't you think if private sector participation is less, sir? One, it simply means railways is like a monopoly. Of course, understand this. Generally, whenever you talk about the government, you generally do not use the term monopoly here. Private sector, you more of a use the term monopoly. But anyways, because there's a single provider, don't you think it's like a monopoly, single service provider? Now you tell me, if there is only one provider, do you think quality of the services will be very superior? Basic idea, quality of services, right? Let's say you're traveling in a train. Do you think the train will depart on time, arrive the destination on time? No. Do you think the pricing of the services will be very fair? Again, there's a problem. Right? So argument is private sector participation until very recently was not allowed, but now government is allowing it. Remember this, government is allowing private sector participation even in the railways. Done? So this is right, one of the issues. And moreover, understand this, if you promote private sector participation, can I simply say the burden on the government to invest in the railways to a certain extent will be reduced? I'll repeat the statement. Let me know whether this is correct or wrong. If private sector participation is allowed, the burden on the government to spend on railways to a certain extent will be relaxed, will come down, because now private sector investments will flow into railways. Right? So this is right, some of the issues related to the railways. Now, what are the reforms which have been undertaken by the government to promote railways? What we have done so far? Let's start. First one is a bullet train project. Bullet train project. Have you heard of this or not? Bullet train project. Very recently was there in the newspaper when the head of Japan visited India. When the head of Japan visited India, it was there in the newspaper. And by the way, please read today's newspaper. Any newspaper for that matter. RBI, Reserve Bank of India. I'm pretty sure most of you have already read it in, let's say, NDTV somewhere, wherever it is. RBI has decided to hold the repo rates. Stay the repo rate at the same level. But if you have heard to the speech of RBI governor, it was a very interesting speech. Very interesting speech. Why? Right? I don't know whatever the reason was. The governor basically pointed on the speech that we are holding the repo rate, right? We are keeping the repo rate same, but that is just applicable to this meeting. I hope you understand, right? The governor basically pointed out that, which generally they don't do, right? If you have heard to the speeches of RBI governors, again, if not, just develop that habit. These are interesting sometimes. The RBI governor, for some reason, said that we will hold the repo rate same, that is at 6.5%, but that is applicable only to this meeting. Which means, again, it was very clear. Do not read too much into this. Next, right, monetary policy, we might either increase it or we might keep it the same. I hope you understand. Do not read too much into it. It's basically a pause. It's not a reversal in the course. We are not reversing the course. It's just a pause in the rate hike, which was actually surprising. And that's the reason, if you have seen the Sensex reacted favorably to the decision. It was actually surprising because most of the experts felt that RBI will go for one last rate hike. RBI might go for one last time rate hike, but for whatever reason, they have held it to 6.5% now. Anyways, come back to this. Read newspapers. All I'm trying to say is, please read newspapers. So come to this bullet train project. Bullet train project is one of the very important infrastructure projects in India. Why? Cost of the project, only one project by the way, cost of the project is very high. Cost of the project is right very high. Right? Why? Its cost is more than 1 lakh crore rupees. More than 1 lakh crore rupees. And here is a suggestion to all of you. In whatever book you will come across the cost of the project, do not by heart it. Do not by heart it. Why? I'll prove it. In most of the books, whenever you read or any magazine, etc., you read, they'll say cost of the project is 1.1 lakh crore rupees. But you tell me, if you've read the newspaper, do you think the cost of the project will remain the same? Let me know. Do you think the cost of this project will remain the same? No. Can I connect it to current affairs? In one of the stretches, the court has asked bullet train project to be diverted. Right? In one of the areas, because it was passing through ecologically sensitive area, they've asked the bullet train project to have a D route, have a different route. And as a result of that, already the bullet train cost of the project has increased. So that's the reason. Just remember, the cost of the project initially, whatever announcement is there, by the time we complete, will not remain same. It will be much more than that. So again, coming to the point here, one of the very important infrastructure project, because the cost of the project for this project, it's very high, more than 1 lakh crore. And we are getting this, right, more than 90% of this cost of the project in the form of a loan, from a friendly country or our trading partner, that is Japan. Japan is not only giving us loan, it is also providing us with the technology. Because this bullet train technology, we are taking it from Japan. It is not an indigenous technology. So these are certain points. Now, what is the advantage of it? Why is Government of India implementing such a very huge project? What are the benefits? Point number one, it will reduce the time of transportation. It will cut short the time of transportation between two industrial cities in India, that is Mumbai and Ahmedabad. It will reduce the time of transportation. As per Government of India's report, right now, the time for transportation between these two cities, right, that is Mumbai and Ahmedabad, it is somewhere around 8 hours. With the implementation of the bullet train project, it will be cut short to 2 hours. It will be cut short to 2 hours. Point number one. Point number two, it's an introduction of a new type of a technology. Anytime, whenever you introduce a new technology, it is always considered favorable for the improvement of the sector. Third very important point, it will reduce the congestion on the road. It will reduce the congestion on the road. Many of you ask me, why sir, why it will reduce the congestion on the road? If you are able to travel between these two towns, any part or any stations between these two towns, and you're going to take, let's say, 45 minutes, 1 hour, don't you think a lot of people, rather than preferring road as a mode of transportation, will shift to bullet train project? Right? For example, in those cities where metros have started, can you imagine if there was no metro, how many vehicles would be on the road? Just think of it. In those cities where metro stations started, imagine if there was no metros, absolutely no metros, how many more vehicles would be on the road? Right? It would have been a lot of congestion. So argument is simple, right? Argument is that people will start shifting because the time consumption is lower. People will start shifting to bullet train and the congestion on the road automatically will come down. Right? And have a look at this. One more advantage is the time for commutation. Commutation means moving. The time for commutation will be coming down. It will reduce the chances of migration. Right? What do you mean by this? Let's imagine this is Mumbai. Right? Perfect. Let's say almost perfect square, but Mumbai is not a perfect square. Don't worry. You are living in this part of the city and your office is in this part of the city. Simple. You are living in one end of the city, your office is in the other end of the city. Now, don't you think most of the times, or let's say at least certain people, rather than traveling right from this part to this part every day, will move from this region to this region. I hope you understand this. Rather than traveling every day, 2 hours, 3 hours, one way like this, they'll simply decide, let me take a house on a rent in this part of the city and let me settle down there itself. This is basically migration. Now, what if I say, these companies will look at the city, cost of, let's say rent is very high, cost of transportation is also very high. Rather than concentrating within Mumbai, I will move out of Mumbai. I will basically set up my office outside city. I will set up my manufacturing facility outside city. Why? It's not a problem now. Why? The labor can use the bullet train and reach the office, let's say within 30 minutes. I hope you understand. Rather than getting all the offices getting concentrated in Mumbai, they will start moving outside Mumbai. Can I give you a current affairs example? Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. Let me know. Does it make sense or not? Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. Rather than the manufacturing getting concentrated near Delhi or near Mumbai, don't you think they will move, spread outside in other cities as well? Why? Until now, I wanted to manufacture the raw material, sell it to my buyer, and I wanted to stay near to this buyer. But it doesn't matter now. Even if I move out of Mumbai, there is a very good expressway. There is very, very good road connectivity, which will ensure for me to transport goods, it will take lesser time. So as a result of this, what will happen? Decongestion. Migration will be reduced. Companies will start moving in the other parts or outside the city as well. Right? This is one more advantage of these kind of projects. Now, these are the benefits. Right? What are the concerns? What are the problems with such infrastructure project? One, cost of the project itself is very high. Cost itself is very, very high. Single, that is only one project, it is attracting more than 1 lakh crore rupees. It is taking how much money? More than 1 lakh crore rupees. So don't you think the cost of the project itself is one of the concerns here? Second one is, what will be the pricing of service? And again, there is no number as of now. You will have to wait. Point number one, you will have to wait for the project to be over. Initially, as per the project when it was launched, we were supposed to launch the service by 2023. We are supposed to launch the service. But the Minister for Railways has already announced, no, it will not happen in 2023. It will happen 3 years later now. Right? It has been delayed by 3 more years. It will happen after 3 more years. So one, as of now, you do not know what will be the ticket price. Now you tell me, if the ticket price is higher, how many of you will prefer to travel in bullet train? I hope you understand. If the ticket price is higher, how many of you would prefer traveling in a bullet train? Right? Many people will simply say, no, I will take a normal train. And many people will simply say, why should I travel by a bullet train? I will add one more, right? Let's say I will add 500 rupees more or 1000 rupees more. I will take a flight. I will simply take a flight. So many people will be excluded because they cannot afford it. Many people who can afford it, they'll simply say, why to pay so much amount of money for bullet, that is bullet train project, bullet train services, I will pay extra 500 rupees, I can take a flight easily. Right? So that is the reason. Now the question is, what will be the cost of services? Now basically some of you will say, sir, in that case, let's keep the prices low. Let's keep the prices low. There is one more problem. If you keep the prices low, what will happen to your cost of the project? When will you be able to recover it? When will you be able to recover the cost of the project? That is a concern now. Right? So cost of the services, you will have to wait and see on what basis the government will decide to provide the services. And the third one, which I'm pretty sure all of you have experienced right now, the issue of land acquisition. Issue of land acquisition, because there are 2 states which are involved in development of this project. One is Maharashtra and the other one is Gujarat. So question of land acquisition has been plaguing, issue of land acquisition has been delaying the implementation of the bullet train project. Done. So this is one reform. Second reform, Government of India post 16 and 17 has taken the railway budget, has merged it with union budget. What do you mean by that? Earlier, railway budget was presented separately and union budget was presented separately, right? And for last 4 to 5 years, we are not doing that. We are not following that convention, that practice. Now, railway budget is a part of the union budget. It is simply a part of the union budget itself. Why? What was the reason? Why I am referring to this as a reform? These are the simple points. One, Finance Ministry is already allocating funds. Finance Ministry is allocating funds for road, port, airport, etc. So already there is one ministry which is allocating funds. What is the sense in having one more ministry allocating funds only for that ministry? I hope you understand. Don't you think what makes more economic sense is, rather than two ministries allocating funds for infrastructure project, there should be only one ministry so that we can plan it correctly, so that the funds can be utilized in a much efficient manner, so that we can plan what infrastructure project is a priority now, what is not a priority now. And that's the reason, one, we have merged the railway budget with the union budget. Second, the railway budget is not a constitutional mandate. It is not a constitutional requirement. We have been announcing union budget, right, as well as the railway budget separately before independence. And you will come across a committee, Ackworth Committee. There is a committee which was set up by the British government earlier, Ackworth Committee. And based on this Ackworth Committee, we started having a convention of a separate railway budget. And after independence, we continued the same convention. So government now says, what is the requirement? It's not a constitutional mandate. It's just a practice. Let's discontinue it. Right? So it is not a constitutional provision. It makes better sense that only one ministry will allocate funds for all the infrastructure projects rather than two ministries. The size of the railway budget as a percentage of the union budget has kept on declining, and right, it's just a small percentage of the total value of the union budget. And the fourth very important point is, until recently, railway budget was basically used by the government most of the times, not always, most of the times, for populism purposes. Right? For populism purposes. Populism purposes means, I'm pretty sure, whenever the railway budget was announced earlier, one of the questions everybody was asking was, if the railway minister is from West Bengal, what has the railway minister done for West Bengal? If the railway minister is from, let's say, Karnataka, what has the railway minister done for Karnataka? Now, don't you think the railway minister is part of the union government? Whether the Karnataka state or West Bengal requires, based on that, there should be a decision. That is basically cost to benefit analysis. Cost to benefit analysis. That is more important rather than saying, okay, the minister belongs to this state, whether the minister has done something or not for that state. So it was used as a populism measure, right? Just to basically promote populist measures. So we have discontinued it. Done. So this is one more reform that has been implemented in case of railways. Next, increasing safety. We also implemented lot of reforms to promote safety. Right? For example, there is a project which is being implemented now, Setu Bharatam project. Setu Bharatam project. Now, what is the Setu Bharatam project? Now, how many of you have seen the newspaper articles where there are railway accidents? Railway accidents. Sir, where railway accidents? At railway crossings. At railway crossings. That is, there is a road and there is also railway crossing like this. On the road, there is a track, railway is also crossing on the track. So multiple points and multiple times, there have been accidents which have happened at railway crossings. It's not a story, it's a fact. Railway crossings are one of the sources where, right, accidents keep on happening. Now, what is the solution then? What is the solution to all of this? Solution is, why don't we separate railways, that is a track of railways, with a road? On the same road, we should not have a railway crossing. Eliminate railway crossing so that accidents will not happen. That is the objective of Setu Bharatam project. Under the Setu Bharatam project, the ministry wants to eliminate all the railway crossings by constructing either railway overbridges or railway underbridges. That is, you must have seen in certain cities. In certain cities, railway will be crossing, and below that, right, there is a bridge. On the bridge, railway will be crossing, and below that there is a road crossing. Right, so the road as well as the railway do not cross each other. These are at different heights like this, thereby eliminating railway crossings. So the probability of accidents happening because of the crossings will be eliminated. So to promote safety, we have implemented Setu Bharatam project. And now we have also promoted private sector entry into railways. We want the private sector companies to operate railways in India. Please understand, government is not saying, I'll repeat it, government is not saying that they will stop operating trains. No, please do not be confused. Government says, I will operate trains, but I will find out some of the routes where I want private sector to operate the trains. Right? Even today, I will have the control over the railways. I'm not giving away the ownership of railways. What I'm simply doing is, I will identify certain areas, I'll identify certain routes, and I want the private sector to operate trains in those routes. Right? Government of India, especially in the last 3 years, has been trying to implement this policy. Very recently, very few companies have started operating. That is, private sector companies have started operating trains in India. Now, why is the government of India doing this? Is there any concern here? Let's look at it. Why is the government of India promoting entry of private sector? Point number one, if private sector will start operating train, let's say you are that person, you will have a train, you will take it on lease or you will purchase it. Most of the companies will lease it out. They'll simply pay a certain amount and lease out the train. And you will start operating on two routes, that is, let's say, two destinations, city A and city B. Now tell me, if you start operating trains in these two cities, don't you think the burden on the government to operate trains in these two cities will automatically come down or not? If you are leasing out a railway engine and you start using the railway engine, what will happen to investment requirement of the government? Government doesn't have to invest, private sector is investing. First very important point. Second very important point, when the private sector will invest, and start operating on these routes, government will also collect certain charges from them, certain amount of revenues from them. So look at the advantage for the government. Government doesn't have to invest because private sector is investing. So advantage. Second advantage, because the government has allowed you to operate trains here, you will have to pay certain revenues to government. So the government without investing is generating revenues. That is the advantage for the government. For the private sector, why are you doing it? For the private sector sees a certain scope of profit making here. Of course, it's a private sector. The only objective for them will be profit. Beyond that, they are not doing any charity here. So private sector will look at the route and say, okay, there is a potential that I will be able to generate profit, so I will enter into this project. So that there is a benefit even for the private sector. As a customer, don't you think I as a customer will also get a benefit from such project? Why? When private sector will start operating train, you tell me, will the quality of services improve or not? You're talking about private sector now. When the private sector will start operating the train, will the quality of services improve or not? Of course, yes. Right? In fact, it has been seen that the private sector, very few companies are there as of now. In the railways, very few companies, private sector companies are operating it. But whenever they have started operating it, they are arriving to the stations at time. They are departing from the station at time. The customer experience within the railways has improved. So it's an advantage. It's a win-win situation for the government, for the private sector, as well as for the customers. I'll repeat my statement. The private sector entry into the trains, that is operation of the trains, it's a win-win-win situation for the government, for the private sector, and for the travelers, that is the customers. But having said so, there are concerns here. There are a lot of concerns. For example, if the private sector will start operating trains, don't you think they will not give you any subsidy? Think of it. If the private sector spends so much amount of money, pays revenues to the government, and starts operating a train, do you think they will do charity here? Do you think they will provide subsidies to the customers? Of course no. Of course no. That is a concern. That's the biggest concern. Why? Government of India provides lot of subsidies. Lot of subsidies are provided by the government. But private sector will not be worried about welfare. They are worried about their bottom line, their profit. So subsidies will not be provided by the private sector. So what will happen to ticket prices? Ticket prices automatically will increase. Will it not exclude a certain population then? Because certain population which is very poor will not be able to afford the ticket prices. That is one concern. Second concern, private sector itself is worried about entering into railways. Why? Investment requirements are very high here. Investment requirements are very high. And what if the government changes the policy or a new policy is introduced which is not in the interest of the private sector? So there is a concern regarding this. That's a reason, although many routes were put forward by the government for private sector to operate, very few of the private sector have started operating. Very few of the routes have been taken up under this initiative. Right, so this is the discussion regarding private sector operating trains in India. One more very important reform, National Rail Plan of 2030. National Railway Plan of 2030. Now, what is this National Railway Plan of 2030? Government of India has put a target of increasing the share of a transportation from 27% to 45% by 2030. By 2030, the government says, right now we have 27% or we account for 27% of freight transportation. But by 2030, I want it to increase to 45%. Right? Why? We will be able to generate more and more revenues. Point number 2, we want to become a net zero emitter by 2030. We want to become a net zero emitter by 2030. And Government of India is actually implementing this policy. I'm sure you're reading in the newspapers. Government of India said at Glasgow Meet, right, last year, right, at Glasgow Meet, Government of India stated India wants to become a net zero emitter by 2070. By 2070, we want to become a net zero emitter. What do you mean by net zero emitter? On one side, you are emitting, right, carbon, but on the other side, you are also taking certain reforms to absorb carbon. Simple idea. Net zero means total, right? Whatever I'm emitting, I'm also taking certain policies to absorb it. For example, sir, I'll give a very simplest example. Again, you will read about net zero emission under ecology and environment. But can I give a very simple example? Imagine you are producing a good and you are emitting 1 ton of carbon. You are emitting because of that 1 ton of carbon. Parallelly, you also planted a lot of crops, right? That is, let's say, trees. And because the trees have been planted, they will absorb the carbon. That is carbon dioxide, by the way. They will absorb the carbon dioxide. I hope all of you remember your high school. Plants breathe in carbon dioxide, and breathe out oxygen, right? We exactly opposite. So argument is simple. On one side, you are emitting. On the other side, you are absorbing. If both of them are 1 ton, can I call you as a net zero emitter? can I call you as a net zero emitter? Right? That's a basic idea. Now, what is being done by the railways to achieve net zero emission? They are using solar energy now. They are harnessing solar energy. How are they harnessing solar energy? One of the ways they are able to do that is, I'm pretty sure all of us in railway platforms. Railway platforms. You will see generally the railway platforms are in shape like this. If this is a railway platform, there will be a pillar like this, and these are a slanting roof like this. The Ministry of Railways has started installing the solar panels on these platforms. It has started installing solar panels on its offices, on the quarters, that is a housing which is provided to the railway employees. It has started planting trees along the railway tracks, etc., thereby ensuring that emissions will automatically come down. So in case of railways, we want to ensure by 2030 we will become a net zero emitter. In fact, if you are reading about Ministry of Railways, are they not doing the same thing? I hope you understand my point here. Right? For example, let's say the Mumbai Delhi Expressway. Have they not planted the trees in certain regions so that absorption will happen? So I hope you understand the point here. In every ministry in case of India, they are trying to move towards the idea of a net zero emission. So railways says we want to become a net zero emitter by 2030. We want to create a capacity. We want to create a huge amount of capacity by 2030, which in turn will cater to the demand for services till 2050. So what do you mean by this? We want to create so much of infrastructure till 2030 that whatever is the demand till 2050 will be able to meet that demand with this infrastructure. Right? That is the third point. And the fourth point, to implement this policy, this plan, the Ministry of Railway says we will rope in, we will seek assistance of the private sector, we will seek the assistance of public sector undertakings, we will seek the assistance of even the state government. So others will also be part and parcel of this plan to implement the objectives, or let's say the plan, the provisions of the plan of 2030. So these are certain very important points regarding National Rail Plan 2030. Done? So this is a discussion regarding railways. Next, roadways. Right? Anybody here who says, sir, what is the definition of a road? Right? Let me know. You don't require the definition in the first place. Road is again one of the modes of transportation. And I've given the picture here. I don't search, sir, which city is it, etc., etc. Most of the metro cities in India, this is the same picture. It's the same picture in most of the metro cities. Either you're from Delhi, Kolkata, Bangalore, Chennai, doesn't matter. One and the same. Right? People will change, cars will change, but the situation will remain the same. Done. Now, in case of roads segment, what you should understand? Right? What you should understand in the context of roads? Point number one, at the central level, we have Ministry of Roads. At the central level, we have Ministry of Roadways. We have Ministry of Roadways. In fact, the full name is Ministry of Roadways, Transportation and Highways. Ministry of Roadways, Transportation and Highways. In short, MORTH. MORTH, Ministry of Roadways, Transportation and Highways. It is this ministry which is a nodal authority, which is responsible for policy making regarding roadways. But whenever you talk about implementation of the policy, in case of India, for development of road, we have participation of the private sector, we have participation of the state governments, we also have participation of the central government. That is, center is involved in construction of road network, states are also involved in the construction of the road network, and even the private sector is involved in the construction of the road network. We have the participation from all the three. Now, what is the road network in case of India? How much is the total length of road network? I'll come back to this. Please have a look at the point here. Please have a look at the point. And my recommendation, do not by heart the number. Do not by heart the number. Remember percentages, because percentage is very difficult to change. You will be somewhere in the vicinity of the exact percentage. So like I told you earlier, the total length of road network in case of India is more than 60 lakh kilometers. I repeat, the total length of road network in case of India is more than 60 lakh kilometers. But out of that, the state highways account for around 2.6% and the national highways account for 2.2%. That is around 4.8% of the total road network in case of India, it is the highways. Whereas if you talk about transportation that is done, most of the road transportation will be done through the highways itself. What about other roads here? What about other roads? We have village connecting roads. We have roads within the cities, within the municipalities, etc. That is basically the other roads. And most of the road network in case of India, it is the other road itself. That is somewhere around 95% of the total road network in case of India is the other road. Please remember this. Please remember this. Why, you will understand in a minute. Come to the other side. Yesterday I have told you this. If not, please observe this. We allow PPP, public-private partnership, in many sectors in India. I'm talking at the central government level. At the central level, that is at the union level, we allow PPP, public-private partnership, in many sectors. But please remember this, most of the PPP projects at the union level are within the road segment. Most of the PPP projects, more than 55% of the PPP projects at the union level are within the road segment. Sir, what is this others? Airport, port, right, etc., etc. Power sector, in many other sectors we have PPP. But most of the PPPs are there in the road sector. And please remember the next point as well, because I'm discussing PPP. Please remember this. Most of these PPP projects are concentrated in few of the states in India, such as Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat, etc. Right? So this is the discussion. Please remember the point here. Now come to the other side of the slide. Come back to roads here. I said most of the roads in case of India are other roads. What is the problem with this? What is the problem with this? Earlier we discussed more than 60% or around 60%. Some years it will be 55, some years it will be 57, some years it could be 53 as well. So around 60% of the freight transportation is done through roads. Now you tell me, whose quality is better? Other road quality? I hope you understand what are the examples of other roads. Quality of other roads is better or quality of highways is better? Question number one. And it's no brainer. You already know the answer. Question number two. If you look at the highways, now, would you prefer a 2-laned highway or a 6 or 8-laned highway? Let me know. Would you prefer a 2-laned highway or a 6, 8, 10 or 12-laned highway? Don't you think higher the number of lanes, better it is for transportation? I'll repeat it. Higher the number of lanes, better it is for transportation. For example, look at Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. Look at Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. They can go up to 12 lanes. They can go up to 12 lanes. Right? That is 6 lanes plus 6 lanes. They have a provision of having 12 lanes. Sir, what is the advantage? My dear, both of these are industrial towns. Mumbai is an industrial town. Delhi is also an industrial town. And it is crossing through multiple states. Nearby, again, multiple industrial towns. Now, whenever you have industrial towns like this, congestion should be lower. Simple logic. Congestion should be lower. That is, there should not be higher time taken for transportation purposes. For transportation purposes, time taken should be very, very low. Now, don't you think if you have a 2-lane national highway, if 2 trucks are going side by side and the third truck will come, or you want to cross or take over them, right? Because the lanes are only 2, time taken will be very high. If the time taken is very high, tell me what will happen to consumption of fuel. Let me know. What do you think will happen to the consumption of fuel? Consumption of fuel will also be higher. What will happen to emissions? Emissions will also be higher. That is a problem. And that is the reason, please read about Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. They will tell you all of this. They'll say that because the number of lanes are higher, time taken will come down. Right, as per the proposal, because this expressway is not completely open now. Only one stretch, that is Delhi to Jaipur or Delhi to Rajasthan, that stretch is open. Once the full stretch, that is Delhi to Mumbai, is open, the time taken, as per the government documents, the time taken will almost become half of it. Right, throughout this particular stretch, the time taken to move from Delhi to Mumbai or Mumbai to Delhi will be cut by half. If you are going to cut the time taken by half, distance will come down, the consumption of fuel will come down, emissions automatically will come down. Right, so that is the issue here. That is the issue with respect to highways in India. We have a very less number of highways in the first place. And even these highways, most of them are 2-lane highways, 4-lane highways. What makes more sense is a 6-lane, 8-lane, 10-lane or 12-lane highways. Right, so this is a discussion regarding certain points regarding the highways. Let's have a look at it. What are the issues in road sector? Overall road sector, what are the issues? Point number 1. Acquisition of land for development of road infrastructure is a problem. Right, write this by default in roadways, in highways, in port, right, in most of the infrastructure, write it by default. So land acquisition is a problem. Point number 2, out of the total road network, most of the road are other roads. Very small percentage are highways. And within that also, the national highways are very, very low. Right, just now I've shown you the data, only around 2.2% of total road network in case of India is a national highway. And I'll add one more point here. Because the national highways are 2-laned, traffic is very high. Don't you think probability of accidents will also be very high? Think of it. In fact, it's a fact. Government of India's document says this. Because the national highways is a very important mode of a transportation for, let's say, goods. And we have a very low number of 6-lane, 8-lane national highways. A large chunk of them are 2-lane and 4-lane national highways. Because the traffic is very high. Congestion is very high. Probability of accidents is also very high. And that is also one of the concerns regarding very low proportion of national highways in India. Cost of transportation through road mode of network is very high. That adds to higher market prices, lesser competitiveness, etc. The delays in completion of the projects is also a concern here. Although private sector is present, right, government is also constructing the road. Many of the times there is a delay in the completion of the project. And when there is a delay, please remember this, cost of the project automatically goes up. So how the cost of the project is associated with the delay? For example, I'll take a very simple example here. Imagine I'm working for you. Now you will be very happy with this example. Imagine I'm working for you. You want to manufacture this product. Right? For every day that I'm working for you, you will pay me 10 rupees. Right? Whatever production is done, you will pay me 10 rupees. Now, because there's a delay in getting raw material, electricity was not there, etc., etc. Rather than taking 1 day to manufacture this pen, I will take 2 days to manufacture the pen. Now, tell me, will the cost of manufacturing increase or not? Will the labor charges that you have paid, will it increase per unit or not? I'm taking a very simple example, by the way. I'm taking very, very simple example. I should have completed the manufacturing in 1 day, which means you should have paid me wages of how much? Only 10 rupees. But what happened on that day? You did not receive the raw materials. You did not receive, not me. You did not receive, right? Or there was no electricity supply throughout the day. As a result of this, rather than one day, I took 2 days to manufacture this marker. So rather than paying 10 rupees wages to me, you will end up paying 20 rupees. Apply the same logic to road. Apply the same logic to any infrastructure project, right? Accessibility to raw material. What if you're acquiring the land, right? When you wanted to acquire the land, when you wanted to, right, basically construct the project, cost of the land was 1 lakh rupees. Now you want to acquire the land, people are demanding 2 lakh rupees. Tell me what will happen to the cost of the project? Automatically cost of project will it increase or not? Of course, yes, it will increase. So there are a lot of issues as a result of which the delays are taking place. And when there's a delay, automatically cost of the project will increase. A large part of the logistics in case of India, it is unorganized. Large part of the logistics is unorganized. What do you mean by unorganized here? Please have a look at the definition. Whenever the production is done by units which are self-owned or self-employed, we simply refer to that as unorganized sector. What is the problem with having large part unorganized? For example, let me give a very simple example here. You want to transport your certain goods from one city to another city. You want to transport the goods. Would you prefer a large company to move the goods, or would you prefer a local vendor? Let me know. You want to move the goods, right? Just to make it much more clear, imagine you are sitting in Uttar Pradesh. You want to move those goods to Tamil Nadu. You tell me now, would you prefer a local service provider, or would you prefer a large company which has a presence in multiple cities? Don't you think second one will be preferable? I hope you understand. You'll prefer the second one. Why? A local service provider may or may not know how to move such goods, right? The cost will be very high for him because he doesn't have so many vehicles. You'll have to move from one state to another state. He may or may not have warehouses in the second state, etc. So whenever you have very, very small service providers, they lack scale. They lack, right, let's say interstate operational facility. They lack presence of or access to large number of vehicles, etc. So most of the logistics in case of India, it is unorganized. You better have, or it is always better to have, right, let's say large players who are organized, right? So that is also one of the concern regarding the logistics sector, or let's say related to road transportation. Done? Now let me discuss the reforms. After that, we'll take a break. Let me discuss reforms first. First reform, new model of investments are being promoted by the government now. For example, HAM model. Did we discuss HAM model yesterday? Let me know. Did we discuss HAM model? HAM, hybrid annuity model, right? And I told you specifically, I told you, HAM model is very famous in case of road construction in India. So new models of investment such as HAM model are being used by the Ministry of Roadways, Transportation and Highways to promote road infrastructure. To reduce the cost of logistics and transportation, government has also implemented various reforms. For example, GST, Goods and Services Tax. Let me know, today is the 23rd class. How many of you remember how GST will reduce the cost of transportation? Right? Will GST reduce the cost of transportation or not? Please go back. We have discussed this, by the way. Right? Earlier, there's a concept of a check post. We were made to stop at the check post. The time taken would be higher. Cost of transportation would be higher. Now, there is no issue of a check post. Okay. Second reform, FASTag. Sir, how FASTag will reduce the cost of transportation? How FASTag will reduce the cost of transportation? As per Government of India's documents, right? Please understand this. With introduction of the FASTag, the average time that you are spending at the toll plazas, I'll repeat it. Right, the average time that you're spending at the toll plaza will go down. And because the average time is going down, the length of vehicles, right, the vehicles which are waiting in line, the length will also come down. Time of transportation automatically will come down. I'm pretty sure everybody has seen a FASTag now. Paytm FASTag, ICICI FASTag, every car, every vehicle, right, has a FASTag now. Basically, it's a technology, right? It's a technology. So understand this. FASTag, introduction of FASTag also has reduced the time of transportation. In fact, very recently, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Minister for Roadways, right, in one of the discussions has stated that in next, let's say 6 to 8 months, we will do away even with FASTag. We'll simply do away even with FASTag, right? So what do you mean by that? They are not saying they will not collect a toll from you. They are thinking of introducing a new technology wherein automatically when you cross a certain point, automatically the money will be deducted. I hope you understand, right? They are thinking of introducing a new technology rather than asking you to stop at multiple toll booths. The moment you cross the point with satellite technology, they will realize that you have crossed the point. They will deduct the money from your account. When it will happen, you will have to wait and see. So there are steps which have been taken to reduce the cost of transportation. Third one, logistics sector has been given infrastructure status. I told you I'll discuss the importance of according or giving infrastructure status earlier. I'll tell you the context here. Earlier we discussed the concept of food processing, agriculture and food processing. And within agriculture and food processing, I was discussing one reform regarding cold chain infrastructure. Regarding cold chain. And there was one point there, right? Just to make your memory fresh, just to jog your memory. There is one point I said, cold chain projects have been given infrastructure status. They have been provided with infrastructure status. Now, what do you mean by infrastructure status? Understand this. Whenever any sector is recognized as infrastructure status, it simply means point number one, they will be allowed to borrow from long-term investors in the market. They'll be allowed to borrow from long-term investors. What do you mean by long-term investors? In the market, there are certain investors such as pension funds, such as insurance funds. These are generally referred to as long-term investors. I'll repeat it. There are certain investors such as a pension fund and insurance fund. These are referred as a long-term investor. Sir, why these are referred as long-term investors? Now, look at this idea. Understand the background behind to that. You will automatically understand why these are referred as a long-term investors. Imagine I will sell a pension product to you. Pension product. What is a pension product? I'll say monthly you contribute this much. At the end of your retirement, you will get the lump sum amount of this much. Now you tell me, the product that I'm offering to you, is it a short-term product or long-term product? Think of it. The product, pension product I'm offering to you, is it a short-term product or a long-term product? Right? It's a long-term product. Very few are answering. It's a long-term product. What do you mean by long-term product? I am collecting money from you, right? Let's say monthly, but I will give you returns after your retirement. My dear, when will you retire? Today? Tomorrow? After 1 year? After 60 years? After 60 years, that is your retirement age. So don't you think if your age is 25, you will keep on contributing to this product, let's say for next 5 years, next 10 years, next 15 years, next 20 years, and I will give you returns after 20 years, after 30 years, based on your right age. Is it a long-term product or not? Yes. So that's the reason these kind of investors in the market, and what they do, they will use this money. They know that they don't have to give you returns for next 20 years, next 30 years. They will invest in long-term investments in the market. They will also prefer long-term investments in the market. That's the reason these kind of investors are called as long-term investors. Is it okay? These are referred to as long-term investors. So once you are given an infrastructure status, you can raise money from long-term investors. You can issue instruments to the long-term investors, take money from them. Second, these are also allowed to borrow under external market. Do you remember the concept of external commercial borrowing or not? ECB, external commercial borrowing. Now, because your infrastructure, you can borrow from the external market now. And what is the advantage of borrowing under ECB route? One of the biggest advantages, rate of interest is lower. That's the biggest advantage. Third one, it will also become eligible to borrow from some of the specialized institutions such as IIFC, India Infrastructure Financing Company. These are certain companies which will provide loans for infrastructure, long-term loans for infrastructure. So that's the reason. Understand the point now. Understand the point. Whenever infrastructure status is given to you, you will start enjoying these kind of advantages. Right? Imagine you are a company, your sector is recognized as an infrastructure. You will enjoy these advantages. If I have a company and that company is not part of infrastructure status, I cannot borrow under all of this. Right? So this is basically one more important advantage. Logistics sector has been given infrastructure status now. Next, a new logistics division has been set up, right? A division within the Ministry of Commerce. Remember this, within the Ministry of Commerce. And this is a point under foreign trade policy. Earlier we have discussed foreign trade policy 2015-2020. Foreign trade policy 2015-2020. So under foreign trade policy 2015, Government of India in 2017 set up a new division within the Ministry of Commerce. This is called as Logistics Division. Now, what is the role of the Logistics Division? It will study certain issues, give recommendations to government. The Logistics Division will find out there are certain problems in the sector. It will provide advice to Government of India. They want to promote introduction of new technology. They will give this as a recommendation. So have a look at this. They will recommend certain policy changes. They will also recommend improvement in existing processes or procedures. They will identify issues which are holding back infrastructure, that is logistics sector. They will also promote introduction of new technology in the logistics sector. So these are some of the very important tasks, or let's say objectives, which have been allocated with the Ministry of Commerce, specifically the Logistics Division under the Ministry of Commerce. This is one more very important reform now. Next very important reform, Bharatmala Pariyojana. Bharatmala Pariyojana, one of the road infrastructure projects. Under Bharatmala Pariyojana, Government of India has set a target of constructing 34,800 kilometers worth of road network. I repeat, under Bharatmala Pariyojana, right, Government of India set up a target of constructing 34,800 kilometers total length of road network. Sir, what kind of roads are we talking about? Border roads, coastal roads, right, etc. All of these will be developed under the concept of Bharatmala Pariyojana. Under this, the first phase is being implemented now. The first phase of Bharatmala Pariyojana is being implemented. And as per the government documents, we were supposed to complete the first phase of Bharatmala Pariyojana by 2022. But Government of India itself has stated in the Parliament, no, they have not been able to complete the first phase. And they have extended the deadline of the phase 1 of Bharatmala Pariyojana to 2027. And the reasons which have been cited by the government for the delays are availability of raw materials, pandemic, availability of the human labor, etc. Because of many reasons like this, there is a delay in the completion of the first phase of Bharatmala Pariyojana. Done. Next important reform, Bhumi Rashi portal. Right, Bhumi Rashi portal. Now please understand this. This is a website or a portal which has been developed by Ministry of Roadways. I think I've written it here. First point. It is a portal which has been developed by Ministry of Roadways. Now, what is the role of this particular portal? Through this portal, government says land acquisition will be made very easy now. Through the portal, government says land acquisition will be made easier for construction of roads. In fact, as of now, the experience shows that after launching the portal, the whole process that was needed to acquire the land has been cut short. The time taken has been reduced to 1 or 2 weeks compared to earlier situation when we used to take months together to get all the approvals. You will ask me, sir, how are we able to reduce the time here? Let me give a very simple example. Imagine you are the secretary in the roads segment, or you are secretary in the Ministry of Roadways. Right? You are secretary in the Ministry of Roadways. Now, you want to acquire the land for construction of a road. What you will do? You will prepare a project report. You will send it to various other departments. For example, if the road construction has to happen in a rural region, you will send a proposal to Ministry of Rural Development. You will send one copy of the proposal to the Ministry of Finance. You will send one copy of the proposal to Ministry of Environment and Ecology. Now, don't you think when you are going to create files like this, when you're going to create multiple copies of the file, keep on sending it to one ministry after the other ministry, time taken will be very long? Let me know. The time taken will be longer here. And you also need to prepare a list of all the people whose land you are going to acquire. I understand, because you want to construct a road, you will be acquiring the land of certain people. So you will have to prepare the list of certain beneficiaries whose land will be acquired, get the approval from the Ministry of Finance, then acquire the land, transfer the funds into these beneficiaries, etc., which is a very lengthy process. Now, rather than this, what if you now will not prepare files and keep on sending it to ministries? You will prepare everything in digital version. That is, you will make a file ready, no doubt. You will prepare a file, but not a physical file. You will upload the digital version of this file in the portal. All the other ministries simultaneously can look into this. All the other ministries, right? You don't have to keep on sending the file after one approval to another ministry for approval. All the ministries can simultaneously look into the file. Any issues, any concerns, they can raise it there itself. That is online. You can hold consultations online. You can prepare the list of the beneficiaries online, get the approval from the Ministry of Finance online, transfer to direct benefit transfer the funds into the account of the beneficiaries. Now tell me, if all the process is done digitally now, online now, don't you think the time required to finish the process would be cut short? Let me know. The time required for this land acquisition process, will it be cut short or not? Of course, yes. That is exactly what the ministry is able to do now. And that is exactly what the ministry is able to do. Compared to earlier situation, now we are able to finish the process in 1 or 2 weeks. So land acquisition is being made simple, easy by Bhumi Rashi portal. Done? So these are the points that I want to discuss regarding the roads. Next one is ports. But before that, if you have any questions, raise it. Otherwise, we'll take a break. What are the prerequisites of getting a project in infrastructure status? My dear, the government will decide which sector has to be given infrastructure status. Right? The sector is given infrastructure status. For example, cold chain infrastructure. Right? Cold chain infrastructure. Right? Basically, the sector is identified as infrastructure status. Now, if you are developing infrastructure within that status, automatically you are part of the infrastructure status. Can you explain the concern related to national highways? The length of the national highways is very low. Only around 2.2% of the national highways, I'm saying total 2.2% of the total length of the roads in India is a national highway. Transportation is mainly done through national highways, but the length is very, very small. And within the national highways, if you look at the type of national highways which are 4-laned, 6-laned, 8-laned, 10-laned, higher the number of lanes, transportation can be done easily. But in case of India, most of the national highways are either 2-laned highways or 4-laned highways. Okay, so that will take a lot of time. Congestion will be very high. Cost of transportation will be higher, and there is also chances of having higher number of accidents, which is a fact in case of India. Okay. Why logistics is under Ministry of Commerce? You tell me where you want to put it, and you tell me where you want to place it, right? Bhumi Rashi portal is for land acquisition in case of road projects. Yes, in case of national highways. Specifically, we are targeting national highways. Okay. Why India is not looking into towards tidal energy? Cost of technology is very high. Cost of technology is very high. Having said so, are we focusing on even offshore energy now? Of course, yes. Offshore wind energy, we are focused now. Okay, done. Let's take a break now. Right, let's take a break. I'll start at 8:22. I'll restart the class at 8:22. Take a break now. Okay, welcome back. Am I audible? Am I audible? Please do let me know if I'm audible or not audible so that we can start the discussion now. Okay, so next area of discussion in infrastructure will be ports. Concept of portal infrastructure. Now, please have a look at the picture. I hope the picture is visible to all of you. This is example of a port, right? This picture that I've put is an example of a port itself. What you can see in the picture? A ship or a vessel has come to the port. This is a vessel or a ship. Now, the cranes are used to either remove the containers or load the container. Simple idea. Offload or onload the container, right, either onto the ship or from the ship. That's basically how the ports actually work. Now, in case of India, the ports are generally divided into two parts. There are two types of ports. One is called as a major port. Second obviously has to be a non-major or minor ports. But what is the difference between a major port and a non-major port? The major ports will come under the regulation of the central government. The major ports will come under the regulation of the center, that is union government. There are 12 major ports which are operational, and these major ports handle around 54% of the total cargo in India. Around 54% of the total cargo is handled by the major ports. And these major ports are under the control or under the jurisdiction of the union government or the central government, and the center through an act, that is a Major Port Authorities Act, will regulate the major ports in India. And the non-major ports or also minor ports, right, are more than 200 in case of India, and the non-major ports will come under respective state governments. This will come under respective state governments. And these non-major ports account for around 45% of the total cargo. And the ports are very important for Indian economy, right? The reason is that more than 90% of the volume of the trade, more than 90% of the volume of the trade in India is conducted through ports itself. That is, whether you talk about exports, imports, etc., most of this trade is conducted through the ports itself. And that's the reason we need to develop ports. We need to ensure ports are efficient, ports are effective in terms of exports and imports. Now, what are the problems related to ports in India? What are the issues related to ports? These are the issues. First one, turnaround time is very high in India. Turnaround time is very high. I'll explain what is a turnaround time. But on an average, in case of India, turnaround time is around 2.2 days. Whereas in case of the global average, it is around 1 day. It's around 1 day. Now, what do you mean by turnaround time? It is the average time that is taken between the arrival and the departure time for the vessels. Sir, what is the meaning of it? Can you see a ship standing in the port? Let me know. There is a port, and can you see the ships are standing in the port? You can see there is one ship here, there is another ship here, there is another ship, not so much visible. But what is the argument of a turnaround time? What is the time between the ship arriving at the port, the containers being taken out of the ship or containers being placed on the ship, and now the ship will start moving? Any problem with the idea of a turnaround time? For example, let's say at around 9 a.m. today, you are the captain of the ship, you will arrive at the port. Now, either the containers will be taken off, containers will be loaded, and by the time all of this is done, it is 9 a.m. tomorrow. Most of you will say, sir, Saturday, sir, week off. Don't worry, imagine. So today you have arrived at the port. By the time all of this is done, it is 9 a.m. tomorrow. Can I say turnaround time is 24 hours? Let me know. Can I say turnaround time here? It is 24 hours. So in case of India, turnaround time is more than 2 days. Average turnaround time is more than 2 days. Whereas on an average in the global market, the turnaround time is less than 24 hours. Sir, what is the problem? If turnaround time is more, what is the problem? And second question, why the turnaround time is higher in India? Let me ask you a very simple question. If the cranes that you are using, are old, the technology that you're using is outdated or very old, don't you think you will take more time to load the containers or remove the containers? I hope you understand the argument here. Because the technology that you're using, the equipment that you're using, it is slightly older. And when you're using a older technology, older equipment, obviously it is going to take more time to load the containers or reduce the take out the containers. And as a result of this, the time taken will increase. And you tell me, if the time taken increases, don't you think the cost of importing will go up? Cost of exporting will also go up? I hope you understand, because you don't own the ship. You do not have the ownership of ship. You are an exporter. You are hiring the services of the ship. But if the captain of the ship says, I will take 2 days to stand in the port, I will charge you more. So the cost of exports, the cost of imports automatically will go up. So that is one very important problem. That's one very important problem related to ports here. So have a look at the first problem here. Turnaround time is higher. Infrastructure that is there within the ports, such as machines, equipments that we are using, right, are slightly older, or these are not technologically sophisticated that are used in the major ports in, let's say, Singapore, in Abu Dhabi, or for that matter, let's say Shanghai, etc. We need to update the technology. And the roads within the port, as well as the roads which are connecting the ports, these are also very, very narrow. We need to have a very good road infrastructure. Now, many of you ask me, sir, what is the use of a road infrastructure here? How many of you have seen the trucks that are used to transport containers? Let me know. How many of you have seen the trucks that are used for the transportation of containers? These are very, very long trucks, very, very large in size. Now, don't you think if you are transporting these containers in a road, the road that will connect the port, road within the port, road coming out of the port also has to be very broad. Number of lanes have to be very high. The lanes have to be very broad, etc. So if you have a lesser number of lanes, if the lanes are narrower, automatically congestion will increase. Either entering into the port or coming out of the port, congestion will increase. Right? That is also a concern here. Suboptimal modal mix. What is a modal mix here? Most of the transportation in case of India, right, is done through the road sector. And that will have an impact on the competitiveness of exports. So what is the problem? What is the issue here? Please understand, I will introduce one more idea now. The waterways, concept of waterways. What do you mean by waterways? Lake is there, the water in the lake is flowing. Rivers are there, water in the rivers are flowing. So I will use the flow of river water to move the goods. Right? If you have seen Pushpa movie, you will understand. But again, don't worry, even if you have not seen, nothing wrong with that. So argument is simple. Water flow is there, river is flowing. So there is a movement of water. I will use the movement of water through vessels. I will transport. I will move the people. I will move the passenger. I will move the goods. Can I give you a current affairs example? How many of you read regarding MV Ganga Vilas? Let me know. MV Ganga Vilas, the longest trip that is using waterways, the longest vessel trip that we have launched in India. What are we using? In MV Ganga Vilas, what are we using? We are using the flow of river. River water we are using to transport people, tourism project. So that's a basic idea. Now, why I'm introducing this concept here? When you compare roadways, railways is cheaper. But when you compare railways with waterways, waterways is cheaper. I hope you understand. Waterways is much more cheaper. And because it is a waterway, half of the work is done by the river flow itself. Cost of transportation is cheaper. Emissions are also much, much lower. But in case of India, very small percentage of the transportation is actually done through the waterways. So we need to promote development as well as the usage of waterways. We need to move away from road, move more and more towards railways, move more towards waterways. Time consumption for customs is very high. Customs means you'll have to take the permission from officials. You'll have to submit documents, etc. Right? So sometimes because of lack of documentation, right, etc., the time taken to get the clearances is longer. Issues with linkages with other regions. Imagine this is a manufacturing facility, you want to export it, but you will have to travel, let's say, 500 kilometers to reach a port, and the road infrastructure is not correct. Don't you think linkage will be a problem here? Right? So these are some of the issues which is plaguing the development and the performance of port sector in India. So what has the government of India done? In order to address this, what has the government of India done? I'll discuss two very important reforms here. One is a Sagar Mala initiative. Second one is a development of waterways. What is a Sagar Mala initiative? Under the Sagar Mala initiative, Government of India has four very important pillars. Right? Now look at this. One of the issues I said port faces is the infrastructure is not updated. The technology that we are using has not been modernized. Now look at the one of the very important pillars here. Government says the old ports are there, we will try to modernize them. The old ports will try to modernize them. And whenever we construct new ports, to begin with, we will use new technology. First one is what? Port modernization. Whatever old ports are there, we will modernize those old ports. We will use or introduce better technology in that. And whatever new ports we will target now, we will set up now, to begin with, we'll start using good technology itself. Port modernization. Second issue I told you was linkages with other regions. That is, you have manufactured far away from a port, now you'll have to transport the good to the port. Or you have imported raw material, you'll have to travel, let's say, 500 kilometers taking that raw material to reach your manufacturing facility. If the road network is not proper, don't you think that becomes a problem? So under this, right, port connectivity will be developed. If road network is outdated, we will upgrade the road network. We'll upgrade the railway network. We'll promote inland waterways. I'll come to this, don't worry. We'll upgrade the road network, rail network. We'll also promote inland waterways now. Port-led industrialization. That is, rather than manufacturing away from the port, away from the coastal region, why not promote industries near the port? Does it make sense or not? Right? Rather than developing these industries far away, promoting the industries far away, why don't we promote industries nearby the port itself? So that we will be producing, and because this is nearby to the port, exports can be done easily, imports can be done easily. And finally, we will also promote a development of coastal regions. How? Fishing harbors will be promoted, tourism projects will be promoted, etc. So these are some of the very important pillars that the government of India is trying to achieve under the objective of Sagar Mala initiative. But ultimately, what are we trying to achieve? Can I say by modernizing the port, by connecting the port, etc., export competitiveness will increase? Let me know. Export competitiveness will increase. That's the first one. Second one, if you basically promote better technology, modernization of the port, what will happen to the cost of transportation? What will happen to the time for exporting and importing? Automatically, both of them will be addressed. Right? We will also be promoting setting up of future industries nearby the port regions, so that we will be able to import easily, export very easily. I'll give you one example of a country which has actually used this very efficiently, China. China has developed its industries nearby the ports. near the coastal region itself, they have developed a lot of the industries, especially special economic zones. SEZ concept. Special economic zones in China are developed near the port regions. Why? Easier to import, easier to export. Okay. Next, waterways. Right? Waterways. How can the coastal community development help in export competitiveness? Understand this. If you develop the coastal community, provide a better, let's say, skilling to them, provide fishing harbors to them, don't you think you can export? You can first of all promote a blue economy in India, blue economy, and that is one of the areas you can promote blue economy. And can you promote these products into the international market? Yes, of course, yes. Okay. So national waterways or inland waterways. First and foremost, what do you mean by inland waterways? We are going to use the flow of the water. Inland waterways are nothing but river flow, lakes, etc. We are going to use the flow of the water wherever it is available, such as canals, etc., to move the goods, to move the passenger. This usage of waterways basically is referred to as an inland waterway. Inland waterway. Historically, it has been developed very well in many other countries, but India is not very well known for the development of inland waterways. Because post-independence, although the idea of inland waterway was there, but more and more the focus was there on construction of railways and promotion of roadways. So what has happened is the inland waterways has been neglected over a period of time. But government of India now has implemented one particular policy wherein it says we want to develop 111 national waterways. We want to develop how many? 111 national waterways. In fact, the Ganga Vilas, MV Ganga Vilas has used multiple waterways out of 111. Out of many of these waterways, MV Ganga Vilas has traveled on many of these inland waterways itself. Now, why are we calling these as national waterways? Why not simply inland waterways? These are called as national waterways because the government of India says, I will take the responsibility of developing all these waterways. Central government has appointed one authority, Inland Waterways Authority of India, IWAI, right? Inland Waterways Authority of India, and it is this authority which is responsible for development of the waterways. Hence, these are called as national waterways. Done. So, what is the total length of waterways network that is available to us? As of now, the total length of navigable means usable length of waterways is around 20,200 kilometers, right? Around 20,200 kilometers, which includes length of river waters as well as the canal waters, which can be used for navigation purposes. Now, apart from this, please have a look at the other points as well. The government, I said, in 2017 introduced and passed an act, the National Waterways Act of 2016, and as per this act, government has declared 100 inland waterways as a national waterways, and the authority, Inland Waterways Authority of India, will be developing these 111 waterways. Okay. So IW, that is Inland Waterways, has immense potential for passenger as well as a cargo transportation. Already I've mentioned this. When you compare different modes of transportation, that is, let's say, road transportation, railways transportation, and compare both of them with waterways, inland waterways are much more efficient in terms of cost of transportation as well as lowest emission will be costier. So what are the advantages? Why are we promoting national waterways now? These are some of the advantages. One, it is comparatively very efficient in terms of lower emissions cost, and lowering of the cost of transportation. Lowering of cost of transportation. Third, if you're going to use inland waterways, have a look at this. Imagine this is one city and this is one more city. Let's say there is a river which is connecting both of them. River which is connecting both of them. Now, if there are industries in both the cities, if there are industries in both of the cities, can we use the river water to transport raw material? Can we use the river water to transport goods, etc.? But for the transportation to happen, we will have to develop warehousing facility. All of you will agree? We'll have to develop warehousing facility. We will have to, right, ensure that certain infrastructure is there to load the goods, to remove the goods, vessels are purchased, pilots are there, drivers are there, etc. Are we not going to create employment? This is one way through which industrialization can be used to, right, transport the goods. Can I give you one more example? What about tourism? Ganga Vilas, MV Ganga Vilas, by the way. What about tourism? If these are two very important, let's say, heritage centers, heritage related cities, cultural cities, can we launch a tour, right? That is a project of tourism to connect these two. That is basically a circuit of tours, a tourism circuit. Will it not create employment? Of course, yes. It will create a lot of employment opportunities. Land acquisition will not be a problem here. Land acquisition will not be a problem. Why? You are basically using river water. You are using river water, right? How many of you think that river water is owned by private people? Can you own a river water? Can I own, right, land in the river? No, right? These are owned by the state governments. Rivers will come under the state government. That's the reason there is always a dispute between, right, the states like this. So land acquisition will never become a problem for the government here because it is already under the ownership of the government. Will benefit not only for movement of goods transportation, it will also benefit, right, passenger transportation as well. So these are some of the reasons why government is now promoting waterway as a mode of a transportation. But having said so, there are certain concerns here. There are certain issues related to inland waterways. First important concern, all the rivers in India will not have the same amount of water flow throughout the year. I hope you understand my statement here. For those for whom geography is over, you will quickly understand. For those for whom geography is not over, don't worry. Generally, rivers in case of India will divide them into perennial and non-perennial. Perennial simply means you will have water throughout the year. For example, northern rivers. Those rivers which will originate from Himalayas, these are perennial in nature because throughout the year water flow will be there. Come to, right, southern India. Come to southern India, we'll see that in some of the months, river water, right, basically dries out, comes to very, very low level. And in some of the months, right, let's say because of a monsoon, etc., the river water flow will be very, very high. Now, I said that water flow is used. I'm saying water flow is used for movement of goods, movement of passengers, etc. If the river water flow itself goes down, in the canal, water flow is lesser. Don't you think that will affect inland waterway movement? I hope you understand. Don't you think that will affect to what extent can you use these kind of rivers for the movement of transportation of the goods? That is one concern. Second concern is when you read about rivers, right? There's a concept under geography, the life of a river. That is when the river will flow at a higher altitude, when it will flow in a, right, let's say lower level like this. You don't worry about it, right? Let me explain this now in a very simple way. When the river flows, because of the force, can I say it will carry certain particles? Let me know. Right? Don't worry. You will learn the same thing in detail in geography. But for economy, let's simplify this. When the river will flow, there is a force of water. The force of the water will carry certain particles, soil particles, clay particles, etc. Now imagine the river will keep on flowing. It will carry particles from one region. This was the river bed earlier. Now this soil will be collected here. The clay particle, silt particle will be collected here. And it is also getting collected here. Now tell me, if this kind of a deposition will happen, one point erosion, another point deposition. So if this kind of a deposition will happen, don't you think, what is the length of the channel? How much area is there for the movement of vessels? It will become narrow. Done? It will become a narrow now. It will become narrow passage. If it becomes a narrow passage, don't you think there's a danger of the vessels getting stuck up? Right? So there is an issue here. There is an issue. Deposition will happen. On account of silting, deposition will happen. Now what you need to do is, you will have to keep on removing this deposit. Right? It is called as a dredging. Right? Deposition will keep on happening. You'll have to keep on using equipments to remove all of this deposition. That is called as a dredging. Now tell me, will this involve cost or not? Will this involve expenditure or not? Yes. So there is a concern here, cost of operations. Cost of operations will increase. So all the rivers will not have water throughout the year. Investment requirements are there. Loss of ecology. If you're going to develop warehouses, if you're going to allow, right, let's say vessels to ply on this river, etc., don't you think that will lead to certain loss of ecology in that region? That is basically the concern here. Right? So these are some of the issues related to inland waterways. So ports, inland waterways, Sagarmala initiative. And finally, the concept of airports. The idea of airports in India. Now, I will not define what is an airport. I will not tell you the definition of an aeroplane, etc. That is never required. Now, what is the idea of an airport in India? Government of India has an authority. That is, there is a Ministry of Civil Aviation. Ministry of Civil Aviation. It is this Ministry of Civil Aviation which is responsible for policy making and implementation of the policy. Point number 2, for the development of airports, historically, for the development of airports, in case of India, we have an authority called as Airport Authority of India. Airport Authority of India, AAI, Airport Authority of India. But is it only the airport authority which will develop airports? Of course, no. We also allow private sector now. We also allow private sector. FDI is allowed. Foreign companies are allowed. Private sector is allowed, etc. Now, within this also, within the civil aviation, who is going to provide these services? That is flying, aeroplane flying services. Who is going to provide these services? Right now, it is the private sector which is providing the services. The services of civil aviation are being provided by the private sector. Until very recently, we have the Air India, which was owned by the government. But Air India now has been sold to the private sector. All the service providers within the civil aviation market are private sector entities. Now, what are the issues in case of the civil aviation market in India? What are the problems? Now, here itself, right, just let me know. Can I say one of the very important problems of air or let's say air mode of a transportation or civil aviation is the cost of the ticket is a problem. Is it okay? The first one, first issue, the cost of the ticket itself is a problem. Why? The ticket prices are very high in India. Ticket prices are very high. And right, there are reasons for this. Sir, what are the reasons why ticket prices are very high? The aviation turbine fuel, ATF, aviation turbine fuel that is used by the aeroplanes, it is imported into India. That is, it is one of the outcomes of the crude oil. One of the fuels that you will get from crude oil is aviation turbine fuel. Now, when the crude oil prices will go up, what do you think will happen to the prices of aviation turbine fuel? I hope you understand. If the crude oil prices will go up, what will happen to prices of ATF? ATF prices automatically will go up. Point number 1. Point number 2, right now we do not have GST on ATF. we do not have any GST on the ATF. Central government will impose a tax. State government will also impose a tax. Now, if there is no GST, input tax credit is not available. Tell me what will happen to ticket prices. Ticket prices automatically will go up. Right? Any problem here? Right? ATF is imported. There is no GST. Input tax credit is not available. Ticket prices will become costly. Point number one. Second reason why ticket prices are very costly. If you purchase a ticket, that is air ticket by the way, you will go to airport. All of you will agree, you will go to airport. In the airport, you will consume certain services. For example, you will go to airport, nice sofas are there, you will sit on the sofa, centralized AC is working. Newspapers are free of a cost, you will take the newspaper, start reading. Drinking water facility is there, escalator facility is there. Now airport has to provide all the services to you. Now imagine airport will provide the services, they will charge you for that. They will charge you for the services. But the problem in case of India is, one, most of the cities do not have a well functioning airport. Very few of the cities have got very good airports. And within this also, one airport is there in the cities. One airport. For example, if you go to Delhi, Indira Gandhi Airport. You go to Hyderabad, Rajiv Gandhi, etc., etc. So you go to these airports, one airport is there. Now can I simply say, despite having private sector operating the airport, these are monopolies? Let me know. Despite private sector operating these airports, these are monopolies. Monopolies means what? Only one service provider is there. Whatever charges they will impose, you want to use the airport, pay the charges. Now tell me what will happen to ticket prices. Because of the crude oil prices, because of the taxes, because of a monopoly situation, what will happen to ticket prices? Ticket prices will be very, very high. Ticket prices will be very high. If the ticket prices are very high, most of the population will not be able to afford for the services. That's the reason generally various surveys will give you this data. Only around 2 to 3% of the population can afford the ticket prices in India. Very small population can afford the ticket prices. And that's the reason, most of the population is out of the coverage of civil aviation market. Point number one. Point number two. Imagine there is a city. In the city, people are having money. Certain people are having a good amount of money. They have the capacity to pay for the airline ticket. But what if the airport is not there? Don't you think that's also a problem? What if the airport is not there? And in many cities, you will see airport is there, but no company will operate, or will provide the flight services to that airport. You will ask me why? Sir, if the airport is there, if people are there willing to purchase the ticket, why is the company not providing the services? The reason is, in an aeroplane, generally the number of seats are either, let's say, 60 or 80, 120 like this. If a company will provide a service of flight, 10 people will purchase the ticket, don't you think cost of operations for them will be very high compared to revenue generation? So look at the multiple problems here, plethora of problems. One, ticket prices are very high, lot of population will not be able to afford it. Second, in certain regions, airports are not there, people have the capacity to pay for the ticket. In certain cities, airport is there, people are willing to purchase the ticket, but enough number of customers will not be there, hence companies will not be providing the services there. So these are some of the issues that is basically addressing, or that is basically a problem for development of civil aviation market. Now, in addition to this, I'll add one more problem here. MRO. I'll add one more problem here, concept of MRO. What is this MRO? MRO stands for maintenance, repairs and overhaul. MRO stands for maintenance, repairs and overhaul. What is this maintenance, repairs and overhaul? MRO basically refers to all the services that are provided to ensure aeroplane is fit to fly. I will repeat the statement. I've given the statement here. Let me define it. MRO stands for all the services that we will provide to ensure that aeroplane is fit to fly. For example, whether the tires are working correctly or not, whether the wings are working properly or not, right, etc. So MRO is a very, very big industry, very, very big industry. In case of India, it is not very well developed. It is not very well developed. And what happens is, these companies, right, for example, let's say Indigo, right, or for that matter, AirAsia, etc. What they do is, Singapore is a very well known service center for MRO. Abu Dhabi is a very well known service center for MRO. What these companies do is, when they will take international flights, they will get the MRO done in other airports outside India. They will get the MRO done outside India. Don't you think that will lead to outflow of dollars from India? So government of India says, I want to promote civil aviation market. But if I want to promote civil aviation market, I will also have to ensure that MRO is done within India. We will have very good MROs within India itself. That's the reason government of India says we want to develop India as a MRO hub. Rather than companies taking their aeroplanes outside India for getting repairs done, let's ensure that we will have sufficient service providers in India who will provide the services. And MRO costs are also very high. Generally, after the fuel prices, it is said it is the MRO which will contribute to the ticket prices. After the fuel prices, it is the MRO which will contribute to ticket prices. So if I can provide the MRO within India, automatically the cost of ticket will come down, right? Employment will be generated, outflow of the precious forex will also come down. So these are some of the issues plaguing the airport market in India. So what is the solution then? What is the reform then? Let's go one by one. Point number one, FDI, foreign direct investment. We are allowing inflow of foreign investments within the civil aviation market. 100% FDI under automatic route for greenfield project. Do you remember the idea of a greenfield and brownfield? We have discussed all of this, by the way. Idea of a greenfield and brownfield. And yesterday I told you, in some areas up to 74 is allowed. In some areas 100% is allowed. So up to 100% in automatic route through under the greenfield projects. 74% FDI under the automatic route for brownfield projects. PPP is promoted in airports. Lot of these airports have been given to private sector. Right, for operation purposes. We also have launched a scheme by the name of Udan scheme. Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. Udan scheme. Now what is this idea of a Udan scheme? Other name for Udan scheme is a Regional Connectivity Scheme, RCS. Another name for Udan scheme is a Regional Connectivity Scheme. And by the way, Udan simply stands for Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. Now, what has been done by the government under this? Government back in the year 2016 introduced a policy called as Civil Aviation Policy. Civil Aviation Policy. For example, right, read today's newspaper, Hindu, by the way. Right, in Hindu newspaper itself, there is one article, Space Policy. Read that. Government yesterday has announced a policy called as a Space Policy. It is there in today's Hindu newspaper. In the same way, back in 2016, government announced a Civil Aviation Policy. Under the Civil Aviation Policy, government proposed a scheme by the name of RCS, that is Regional Connectivity Scheme. Under the Regional Connectivity Scheme, the object was very simple. There are a lot of cities, not the metro ones. There are a lot of cities where population is good, people have right, sufficient amount to pay for these kind of services. Airports are there, but the services are not being provided. The tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Generally, you will come across a classification of cities. As per the census, there is a classification. right? If the population is more than 10 lakh, if the population is up to 10 lakh, more than 1 lakh, if the population is more than, right, 50,000 up to 1 lakh, there is a classification of the cities. So the highest is a tier 1, followed by that tier 2 and tier 3. So we have tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Airports are there, services are not there. So what we need to do is provide the connectivity services. Now, private sector will not agree to it. If you're a private sector operator, will you be happy to provide civil aviation services to a smaller city? You will say, sir, I will fly, right? I will start providing the services as well. But have a look at this. I will not be able to generate sufficient revenues, right? So I will incur losses. So I will not do the services here. I will not provide the services. So that is the reason what Government of India did under the regional connectivity scheme was two very important points. One, Government of India provided them funding under VGF. Government provided them funding under the concept of viability gap funding, VGF. Under VGF, government started providing funding to them. Second very important point, if the private sector will start providing the services, the problem is ticket prices could be higher. So Government of India stated that when you provide these services, I will give a condition on you. I'll impose a condition. What is the condition? Half of the seats that you sell, the price of the ticket should be subsidized. I hope you understand. Half of the tickets that you sell, the price of the tickets should be subsidized. What should be the price of the ticket? 2,500 rupees for 1 hour of flight. Right? Even helicopters are covered under this. Right? Even helicopter service providers are covered under this. Government has a slab of half of the tickets being sold at 5,000 rupees for 1 hour of flight. For this, government will provide them assistance in the form of viability gap funding. And whenever the aeroplanes will land in an airport, the airport will charge a certain amount to the service provider. It is called as a landing charges, parking charges, etc. So those kind of charges will also be waived off in order to provide certain assistance to the service providers. So what has been, right, the target kept under this? We want to connect 100 airports by 2024. So far, more than 400 routes have been launched. Many of the routes also have been discontinued. Some of you will be concerned, confused. Sir, why some of the routes have been discontinued? Let me ask you this question. You have been provided VGF for 3 years. After the 3-year duration is over, will you continue to operate if the number of customers do not change? Let me know. You are providing a service now, you are operating, you are going to a very small town, you are providing services because government provided support. Now the duration of the support is 3 years. So 3-year duration is over. Will you continue to provide the services? If you say, yes, sir, I will do it, then you are going to incur losses. And it has happened. Many of the regional carriers means very, very small players. They tried it, they incurred losses, they were forced to shut down. Right? So the VGF duration is over, assistance period is over, now they have stopped the services. And one more problem related to this was pandemic. During pandemic, right, don't you think people stopped moving around? Forget about flying. People stopped moving around. Companies incurred huge amount of losses because of that. So many of the routes which were covered under the UDAN scheme have been discontinued, have been stopped by the companies themselves. Right? So this is the evaluation regarding the reforms that have been implemented by the government within the civil aviation market. Done? So these are the various types of infrastructure I wanted to discuss within the economic concept. Again, before I go forward, here is a very important reminder to you people. Most of the things that I've discussed are current affairs. And these will keep on changing. These will keep on changing. After 1 month, something else might be announced. After 2 months, something can be discontinued. Please keep on updating the info. Done? Okay. So the next chapter that I'll be starting will be the concept of employment. Concept of employment. Right. So in the idea of employment, right, or in the area of employment, is it the last class? No, it is not the last class. Monday will be the last class. Monday will be the last class. Right. So in case of employment, what we'll be discussing? Right. So basically the points I'll be covering will be, what do you mean by employment? How do you define who is employed, who is unemployed? What are the types of unemployment? Very often you will come across these terminologies. Let me explain this. What are the types of unemployment? How do we measure employment, unemployment? What is the concept of employment elasticity and jobless growth? What are the labor issues in India? What reforms have been taken up by the government to address the labor issues? Let's go point by point. First one, how do you define a person is employed? Very often you will come across this argument, no? Person is employed. This person is unemployed. And many of you, again, not all of you, or let's say few of you, right? When they will ask you, right? When they will ask you, what are you doing? Right? Some of you will simply say, sir or madam, uncle or auntie, I'm unemployed, but I'm preparing for UPSC. You'll basically put a reminder at the end of it. I am not employed right now. Why? I'm preparing for UPSC. Because you know what they're thinking. The moment you say you're unemployed, they would have made up their mind to, right, characterize you or character assassination for you. But you will put a reminder at the end of it. But because I'm preparing for UPSC, you're also giving them a warning there itself. Okay, but don't worry. But how do you decide who is employed, who is unemployed? Right now, let me explain this. The whole population is divided into two groups. The whole population is divided into two groups. One is called as a labor force. Second one is called as a non-worker. One is called as a labor force. Second one is a non-workers. Now, what is the labor force? Labor force refers to that part of the population which is willing to work. Understand this. That part of the population which is willing to work. What do you mean by willing to work? Generally, the age of working is 15 to 64 years. 15 to 64 years. So within this population, how many people are willing to work? That is called as a labor force. Right? I hope you understand. Within this age group of 15 to 64 years, generally that is the age group that you look at. Why? Below the age of 15 years, it is called as a child labor. You will be prosecuted if you do that. Above the age of 64 years, we generally consider it is a pensioner population. Right? So 15 to 64 years, how much population is there and how many are willing to work? That is called as a labor force. What about non-workers? Children. Children, pensioners, people who are put behind the bars, that is in the jail, incarcerated people. All these are collectively referred to as non-workers. All these are referred to as non-workers. Now, focus on the labor force. Within the labor force, again there are two divisions. Within the labor force, again there are two divisions. Right? What are the two divisions? The population which is willing to work, first condition, population which is willing to work, gets the work and gets paid for the work. Please understand, all the 3 points are important. Population which is willing to work, gets the work and is getting paid for the work. That is called as employed population. That is called as employed population. What about unemployed population? The population which is willing to work but doesn't get the work. Don't ask me about the third condition. I hope you understand. What is unemployed population? Population which is willing to work but doesn't get the work. That is called as unemployed population. Now many of you will ask me, sir, what about the third condition? You did not tell me about third condition. My dear, you want to work, you do not get the work. Tell me what will happen to the third point. Should you even consider about the third point? Sir, what about the payment? Right? If there is any such situation, let me know. That is, a person is willing to work, doesn't get the work, but is paid for the work. Please do let me know. Right? Mail me. I will join there first. I'll be the first person. I'll push everyone. I will be the person who will join there. Right? So you're willing to work, you do not get the work. No question of payment. Now, this is a very simple definition. Can I put it in a different way? Very sophisticated language. A person has skill set. The economy will use the skill set and pays for it. Employed people. Agreed? Person has certain skill set. Economy uses the skill set and pays for it. Employed. Person has the skill set. Economy doesn't use the skill set. Unemployed. Right? So on one side, right, it is basically employed, right, and the other one is unemployed. Employment, unemployment, and non-workers. So this is how the population is divided. Please be very careful. This is how the population is divided. Now, whenever you talk about unemployment, what are the types of unemployment? What are the types of unemployment? These are traditionally the four types. First one is called as a frictional unemployment. Second one is a structural unemployment. Third one is a seasonal unemployment. Fourth one is a cyclical unemployment. Let's go one by one. Frictional unemployment. Now let's say, hypothetically, let's say you are a person who is working for a company. Today you will put on the papers. Right? Hypothetically, today you will put on the papers. What is the date today? Today is the 7th of April. Hypothetical example, by the way. Today you will resign from the company. Today is your last working day. And 1st of May, you will join a new company. 1st of May, you will join the new company. Now, is it okay if I say from the 7th of April to the 1st of May, you are unemployed? Let me know. From the 7th of April to the 1st of May, are you unemployed or not? Are you unemployed? Of course, yes. Right? Are somebody is saying, no, I'm not unemployed. My dear, you have resigned on the 7th. You have stopped going to office from 7th. That's your last day. And 1st of May, you will join one more company. For next 23 days, you are unemployed, by the way. This is called as a frictional unemployment. This is called as a frictional unemployment. That is, whenever people are unemployed because they are moving from one job to another job. You are switching from one job to another job for certain number of time period, or for certain time period you are unemployed. That is called as frictional unemployment. Right? Next one, structural unemployment. Structural unemployment. Right? But sir, you will be paid during notice period. My dear, listen to my point. Listen to my point. I did not even talk about notice period. I said this is your last working day. Do you understand the meaning of the term last working day? Last working day simply means even the notice period is over. Right? I hope you understand. Even the notice period is over. That is the meaning of the term last working day. Okay? Done. Structural unemployment. Structural unemployment. What do you mean by structural unemployment? Let me ask you a very simple question. Imagine your company will bring in a robot or a machine to do certain work. Your company will purchase a robot or artificial intelligence or a machine to do certain job. Will certain people lose the job or not? Simple argument, by the way. Will certain people end up losing the job or not? Of course, yes. So what is happening here? Advancement in the technology, adoption of a new technology is creating unemployment. That is called as structural unemployment. That is called as a structural unemployment. Third one, seasonal unemployment. right? Seasonal unemployment. Changes in the weather will create certain unemployment. Sir, how? Summer season has started. How many of you think you will get a job in manufacturing of woolen industries? Let me know. There is a woolen manufacturing plant, sweaters, in simple terms, sweaters. How many of you think that people will get more jobs in sweater manufacturing industry? But don't you think on the other hand, there will be certain more industries which will hire more people now? For example, AC manufacturing, air cooler manufacturing. Don't you think when one season will come, certain people will lose the job, unemployment will be created, and in another season, certain more people will be losing the job. So whenever there's a change in the weather like this, people will end up losing jobs. Such unemployment is called as seasonal unemployment. I'll give you one more example. Right? Let's say now you are in the month of June, May or June. Tell me, think of this and tell me, what do you think will happen to agriculture labor? What do you think will happen to agriculture labor in the month of May or June? Will the demand for agriculture labor increase or not? It will increase, by the way. It will increase month of May and June. Why? It is sowing season. It is a sowing season. Monsoon will come, sowing season will start. But let's assume, right, sowing is done, month of June is over. People, do you think people will get agriculture labor then? Right, agriculture labor opportunities will be there? No, they will have to wait for harvesting season. Right, they will have to wait for harvesting season. Have you not seen people, especially I'll tell you examples. Have you not seen certain people in villages going from one area to another area, one village to another village, because harvesting of sugarcane season has started? Think of it. It's a very famous practice, by the way. People living in certain regions will go to other state, other villages. Why? Right, harvesting of sugarcane has started. They will work for 1 month, 1.5 months, again come back, and they will go after 2 months again. That is basically seasonal unemployment. Okay. Last one is cyclical unemployment. Cyclical unemployment. You tell me, there is recession. There is a recession in the economy. Unemployment will increase or decrease? There is a depression in the economy. Unemployment will increase or decrease? Right? Unemployment increases because the health of the economy. Because the health of the economy is very, very poor now. Unemployment will increase. So whenever the health of the economy will keep on changing, right, that is basically going to create unemployment. So these are some of the examples of the unemployment, traditionally the types of unemployment. Done. So next one is the measurement. I'll discuss the measurement, right, the issues, the reforms, etc. in the next class. Let me take up the questions. We'll solve the questions. Because earlier, in the context of planning, right, we did not discuss the question. Let me discuss the questions. From the chapter of planning, we have not discussed the questions. Let me discuss the questions now. Okay. Now, start answering. Frictional example. My dear, many of you will jump from one job to another job. So very, very easy idea. You will switch from one job to another job. You will quit one job, join another job. Is it not a day-to-day occurrence? Is it not a day-to-day occurrence? When the jobs are there in the market, people will switch from one job to another job. That's a very normal thing to happen. But when you switch from one job to another job, for some time period, you will remain unemployed. That is frictional. Okay, let's start. Let's start solving the questions now. Okay, 63% have answered correctly. Why? It should be more, right? Despite being a high savings economy, capital formation may not result in the significant increase in the output because of what? Right? Have a look at this. Is this not an application of G is equal to S upon R? Let me know. Is it not an application of Harrod-Domer model? G is equal to S upon R. What is the statement saying? There is a high savings in the economy. Capital formation may not result in significant increase in the output. Why? S is increasing. G is not increasing by a very large number. Why? Because there is one more problem here. One more component, capital output ratio. If the capital output ratio is very high, if it increases, you will not experience a high growth rate in the economy. We have discussed all of it, by the way. Right? So, right option for this question will be what? High capital output ratio. COR will be higher. High capital output ratio. Okay. So, this is one question. Look at one more question. Straightforward. Straightforward. Right? Let me not start a poll. Directly you can answer it. The main objective of the 12th 5-year plan. How many remember the central theme of 12th 5-year plan? Faster, sustainable, and more inclusive growth. In fact, I told you this. From the 11th 5-year plan, we introduced the concept of inclusive growth. In the 11th 5-year plan, inclusive growth was the focus. 12th 5-year plan, again inclusive growth was the focus. So the right option for the question will be right, a faster, sustainable, and more inclusive growth. Done? Solve this. Okay, 42% have answered correctly. Why? Why? Let's start. From the second 5-year plan, there was a determined thrust towards the substitution of basic and capital goods industries. Any problem with the statement 1? Let me know. Any problem with the statement 1? Why? Why is the first statement is correct? How many remember Mahalanobis strategy? Mahalanobis strategy. Right? Mahalanobis strategy. What is the basic idea of Mahalanobis strategy? Consumer goods should be promoted. Right? Capital goods should be promoted, produced in India. Now, if you're going to produce in India, is it not basically the idea of import substitution? Think of it. If you're going to produce consumer goods as well as capital goods in India, what is the objective? Why are you doing this? Rather than importing, you want to substitute the import. That is basically the first statement. Right? Of course, the answer is statement 1 is correct. Fourth 5-year plan adopted the objective of correcting the earlier trend of increased concentration of wealth and economic power. I've mentioned this as well. I told you initially to begin with, first 5-year plan, second 5-year plan, third 5-year plan, we adopted a concept of, right, the trickle down theory. We adopted the idea of a trickle down theory, and I said this has not worked out. That is the reason from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, etc. you will see that government implementing many policies targeting poverty directly. Right? So second statement is correct. Fifth 5-year plan, for the first time, the financial sector was included. Financial sector was included later in the 8th 5-year plan, not in the 5th 5-year plan. LPG reforms, part of LPG reforms. Right? So right option for the question will be option A, 1 and 2 only. Done? A descriptive question has been asked. Straightforward, very easy question. How are the principles followed by Niti Aayog different from those followed by Planning Commission? How are the principles which are followed by Niti Aayog different from Planning Commission? Now, do you remember one table I've given? There is a table which I've given. Sir, where have you given? Planning chapter. In the planning chapter, I've given you one table making a comparison between Planning Commission and Niti Aayog. That's it. That's your answer. There is a table comparing Planning Commission with Niti Aayog. Please write. That is your answer. Right? What is the introduction? There are three parts here. Of course, there are three parts. Introduction. Planning Commission was established by the government in 1950, and later in 2015, Government of India abolished Planning Commission and introduced Niti Aayog. That's it. Don't waste too much of data there. Come to the main body. Come to the main body. Now compare and contrast between Planning Commission as well as Niti Aayog. How Niti Aayog is different compared to Planning Commission? Please write all of it. First one, under Planning Commission, there was no representation of the states, but under Niti Aayog, one of the areas or one of the pillars is Governing Council, where there is a representation of all the states as well as union territories. Planning Commission was responsible for formulation and implementation of 5-year plans. Niti Aayog is not involved in the 5-year plans, as the concept of 5-year plans has been withdrawn, discontinued by the government. Planning Commission adopted the model of a top to bottom approach. Niti Aayog follows bottom up approach. Right? So many of these we have discussed earlier. Please write that. You will easily achieve 250 words. I hope you understand. You will easily achieve 250 words. Now, many of you are asking, sir, should we write in a format of, let's say, essay like this, or in a table? My recommendation is write in a format. Go point by point, write in a format rather than writing a table. Why? I'll tell you. If you write a table, I will realize that you're simply by-hearted. I hope you understand this. If you write a table like this, I as an evaluator, I'll look at the table and I'll realize, okay, you're simply by-hearted it. Even now also you have by-hearted. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Right? Everybody does it. But argument is, at least the view wise, at least the visibility of the answer will be much, much better. And when you write in a essay format like this, can you underline important terms? Let me know. Can you take a minute out of your precious 3 hours, right, and underline important terms, top to bottom, bottom to top, representation of states, no representation, financial power, no financial power. Underline these important terms. The visibility of your answer will be very good. Quality is there, and you've also basically, right, highlighted what is important in the answer. Trust me, you will get very good marks for this. Done? Right, so this is the kind of question which has been asked. Answer I've discussed. Please go through this. So let me wind up the discussion for today. But before that, let me take up questions from your side. Any questions that you have regarding what I've discussed today, let me know now so that I can address it. If no questions, I'll wind up the discussion. What exactly is Logistics Division? Logistics Division is one of the offices within Ministry of Commerce. Ministry of Commerce has multiple divisions like this. I hope you understand. Division means part of, right, the office. Right. So one of the offices is Logistics Division. So what is PMI? PMI, Purchasing Manager Index. PMI stands for Purchasing Manager Index. Now, please understand, it's a survey. PMI is a survey. For example, imagine all of your manufacturers. I hope you understand this. All of your manufacturers, either for goods or services, doesn't matter, because we collect PMI and publish PMI for manufacturing separately, for services also separately, and consolidated also will publish a PMI. But what is this PMI? Right, I'll come to you. I will ask for information from your side. That is, I will ask you, compared to last month, is your production going to be higher or lower this month? I hope you understand. It's a survey, right? I'm asking you, right, what is going to happen to your production this month? Is your production going to be higher or lower? Now, all of you will agree, as a manufacturer, you have a data regarding that. Let me know. As a manufacturer, don't you have a data regarding how much you will manufacture in the next month? That is available, by the way. If you ask me, sir, how is that possible? Order books. There's a concept of order books. For example, if you ask Tata company, how many cars you're going to manufacture, let's say next 1 month, they will tell you that. And is it okay if I say, Based on all of this data, right, I will make a conclusion whether your production is going to be higher or lower. I hope you understand whether your production is going to be higher or lower compared to last month. That is the reason whenever you talk about PMI, it's an index, by the way, Purchasing Managers Index. If the PMI is 50, it simply means production is not going to change, it is going to remain same, stagnant. If the PMI is 50, production is not going to change, it is going to remain stagnant. If the PMI is above 50, it simply means production has increased. Production has increased. And if the PMI is below 50, it is below 50, then it simply means production has gone down. It has gone down. Now, is it okay if I say, if I look at the PMI of different months, for example, last month's PMI was 52. This month's PMI will be 55. Next month's PMI will be 58. What is the inference you will draw? Let me know. Right? Basically, if the PMI keeps on increasing like this, what is the inference you are drawing? You will draw the inference of production is increasing in the economy. Production is continuously increasing in the economy. That is the reason PMI is calculated. And there is one more term here. Please understand this. There's one more term. PMI is a leading indicator. Technical term, please remember this. PMI is a leading indicator. What do you mean by leading indicator? I am asking you how much will be your production this month. Please understand this. I am asking you how much will be your production this month. Means even before the event is over. Even before the event means what? Month is over, I am giving an indication to what is going to happen. Is the logic okay? Even before the month is over, you are telling me in this month production will increase. Can I say that even before that has happened, I am giving an indication in the economy? It is a leading indicator. Let me ask you one more point here. CPI, tell me, is it a leading indicator? Let me know. Is a CPI a leading indicator? No, CPI is not a leading indicator. CPI is a lagging indicator. CPI is a lagging indicator. What do you mean by lagging indicator? What is the inflation of April? You will come to know in the month of May. I hope you understand. Event is over. After the event is over, you are coming to know the data. Is the logic okay? GDP, leading indicator or lagging indicator? Right? You will say GDP of last year is this much. GDP of 2021 is this much. Lagging indicator. So the PMI is a leading indicator and a CPI, right? A WPI, GDP, unemployment rate, these are lagging indicators. Okay, so this is a basic idea for PMI. Please be very careful. Okay, RDSS. RDSS stands for Revamped Distribution Scheme or Revamped Discom scheme. Under that, Government of India says your AT&C, aggregate technical and commercial losses, are very high, reduce it. Right? Your gap between ARR and ACS, right? ARR is lower, increase it, reduce the gap. That's a basic idea for RDSS. Okay. Is it published every month? Yes. For every month it is published. Okay. What is a Swiss challenge model? In a Swiss challenge model, the proposer of the project will propose the project. That is, the private sector will propose the project. Government will look at the project, call for other players in the market also to come out with a project. And whichever is better, that project will be chosen, that investor will be allocated with the project. That is basically called as a Swiss challenge model. Done? So let me stop the discussion today here. We'll continue with the employment, concept of employment, specifically measurement of employment. Right? We'll start from there. Next week, Monday, we'll start with the employment, part of employment. Then we'll discuss inclusive growth, and finally IMF. Finally IMF, International Monetary Fund. And that will be the end of the Indian economy part for you. So Monday will be your last class, right? So we'll discuss other parts which are left out, right? So after that we'll wind up, we'll take up certain questions and we'll wind up the discussion. Okay, so that's it from my side. Have a great day ahead and have a great weekend. See you again Monday 6 a.m. Thank you. Take care.